thumbs up. Okay, and you guys always do this to me. It's because the intro is too short.
It is.
We're gonna make a
It's
longer
way,
intro.
way
It
too
goes by
short.
too fast. Yeah. It needs to go back up a little bit. I
Right.
totally forgot about that today, or else I probably would have done it. Hi everyone, because usually you guys, some people, there's the odd person that gripes about the intro, that it was 2 minutes and 45 seconds long. But you know what? It honestly gives people a chance to come into the live, as it's getting started. The 1 minute thing just isn't working. So I'm gonna have
Hmm.
to turn. I'm gonna make it a little bit longer, like the 2 minute mark or something like that, because it really does give people a chance just to start, coming in. It gives us a chance as well, just to get, ourselves situated properly and stuff like that. So with that being said, let's see here. All of a sudden, everybody else's cams are off.
Not mine.
And I know there's Alexa, there's Lewis, Adam. Well, Adam Beauty Queen there. He'll be back in a moment on there. But thank you, Lewis, for joining us again tonight. And thank you,
Appreciate
Alexa.
having me.
Yeah, okay. So go ahead, Lewis. Give a hi and shout out to the people
Hello,
that are
how's everyone doing tonight?
watching. Yeah. Erwin really enjoyed you on our last live, so we appreciate you coming back
Yeah.
with us tonight. Yeah,
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it.
absolutely. And Alexa, thank
Hi,
you so
everyone.
much.
Oh my God,
If it,
thank you, Sunny. I really appreciate you inviting me. I know it was a long road, but I'm here. I promise. I said I was going to come. Here I am.
nope. Um, Grateful, absolutely grateful, Alexa. If
Uh-huh.
anyone watches our lives, sometimes you'll see Alexa in the chat as well. And so, Alexa, I'll let you introduce yourself and exactly, you know what, just tell everyone what you've done, what you've accomplished in a sense, what
Mhm,
you're doing,
mhm, mhm,
whichever,
mhm.
whatever you want to offer up for information, that would be great.
Okay. Well, I am a crime intelligence behavioral analyst. Well, I was. I did it for 16 years. I still teach. I still love it. I still do it. I do it pro bono. I don't do it full time. I just do it pro bono. Basically, what we do is we are the people that collect data. We are the ones that examine the crime scenes. We build psychological profiles. We work with law enforcement and psychologists. We study data to prevent crime. That's our goal. And I do graphology. I do hand what we call hand analysis. Not in forensics though. I cannot tell you the instruments they use, the pressure. No, I use to tell you the personality, what kind of personality you're talking, depending on your strokes. So that's basically what I
Hmm.
do. For it.
Hmm.
Mhm. And
So
maybe hopefully Alexa will join us because unfortunately she's, well, I should say unfortunately she's had a lot going on. So
mhm,
she hasn't had time to overlook the cryptic note too much. So hopefully there'll be another live where we can go over that, because I'm
mhm,
really truly very interested in your thoughts about that, regardless, even if you knew who wrote it or not. It's really just a matter of um you know as us that are not experts at all, still, when I remember you made a comment to me, like, if you're seeing a big letter versus a small, or this and that stuff, besides reading it on the internet, that stuff of knowledge that
mhm,
would definitely interest us, I'm sure. Well,
mhm,
absolutely. Just because I find that very intriguing myself, because
mhm,
how things are done, obviously, if you're trained in that, does mean something.
mhm,
Whereas most people don't put that thought. They're trying to figure out what that cryptic note, in a sense, is meaning, but not say maybe how that person or the personality behind it, in a sense. Yeah.
mhm. Yeah,
So,
like I won't be able to tell you the meaning, like the
right.
criminology meaning, but I can tell you the personality of the person who wrote it. Like I told
Exactly.
you, like little things just by seeing really quickly, but we can go, deep, analyze the strokes. Is it a right-handed person? Is it left-handed? Secrets. Two
Right.
face. They put letters backwards. So all that stuff is what we look into.
Well, I figure with my crystal ball, your knowledge, you know, uh, Devin, Adam, and Lewis's, I figure we can break this case by the end of the show.
Right.
Okay, Deb, do you got anything that you wanted to add, or Adam, or Lewis, or well, let's start with Deb.
No, I'm just anxious to get going and hear what everyone has to say.
Yeah, absolutely. So, let's see here. And I was going to bring up Google Maps as well. So, Alexa, what's with this case, the Delphi case, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What made you follow Delphi? What was it that attracted you?
To be honest with you, I remember when it happened, I remember listening to the news and saying the Snapchat murders. And that intrigued me. That because I always been fascinated by those online crimes. And I remember following, and then I didn't really follow it for years. And then sometimes I take periods that I don't want to deal with, with true crime. I want to get away, and I do arts and crafts. So then I came back one day, and I don't remember who I was talking to, and they mentioned the case, and I said, "Wait a second, I believe I know that case that happened." And sure enough, so I started Googling. Of course, I went to YouTube, and then I started finding people. Some of them, I found some that were not so good, and then I got to your channel. So then I was like, okay, we might not agree with the BG guy, but I did really like your content. I really like, how you present yourself, you, Debbie, Adam. I really like the channel, so I stayed. So I started digging more and more and more, and I got hooked, like everybody else.
I was going to say absolutely. So you've been following it for approximately how long?
Well, I remember that when it happened. Then maybe I've been following it for closely, maybe a year, about a year.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's, then getting, more information, trying to figure. I'm not an expert like you guys, like you talk about people, and I'm like, wait a second. I told you, I need a dictionary to see the abbreviations of people, because when they said PB and G, I'm like, whoa, who are these people?
Yeah.
But I'm getting
a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a lot of initials that are overlapping as well. JP being one of them.
Mm-hmm. There is a comprehensive list on Reddit.
Oh God, I have to go copy and paste it then.
Yeah, I think if you just Google it, like Delphi POI initials, it'll give you a whole list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay, Deb, do you want to give a few shout outs before we get started and really into the night?
Sure. Hello, Elias. It's a criming shame. Sloopy. Metal Mama Michelle. Sharon Parker. Sally Hiller. Kimmy Canuck. Jill Mosier. Sloopy in the house. Cold Case Reports. Welcome. Also, Zooter 15. Purdue RN. Miss Dog Lover. Hey there, girl. Who dis is here? Aspen Connor's in the house. We got to be careful.
No rest for the
also, yeah, right. Support with Steppa's here. And I think we're getting close to the end here. Remy stuff. James Jameson. Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum.
There you go, Adam.
Lisa, hey girl. Hannah Lee's here. Charlie Murphy's here. Of course, Alexa's with us. Hey, Freckle Joy. I think that's it. I think we're caught up. And StreamYards or Streamlab.
The one that keeps kicking me out. I don't know why. It doesn't like me.
Yeah. Streamlabs is after you, Alexa.
I know.
Sunny.
You're muted.
Oh, you know what? I did double click, but obviously I missed the one. So if you guys could read my lips, I was saying, what a bunch of beautiful people you are. That's exactly what I was saying.
Hey, Wendy Farrell.
Okay, so as we're doing that, I'm going to quickly share the Google screen, and I want to bring it into, let's see here. We'll go to Ron Logan's property, I guess.
Oh, it's my favorite thing.
I know. Zoom. Or it's like boom, 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 boom.
I just do that at home for hours by myself.
Obviously, I've left a few things on there. I meant to take off, but whatever.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. I got so many things on here. Let me just take some. I thought you guys have no idea my poor little Google Maps there. And I'm not exactly proficient in it. So I'm just unchecking certain things here. Okay.
In these days, you got to be careful sharing your screen, Sonny. And look at what happened to Tony Dodge.
Right.
Hey, Fig. Hey, Fig.
Hey, Fig, how are you? Okay. So let's see here. So, Deb, Adam, or Lewis, did either one of you specifically have a question that you wanted to ask Alexza tonight before we kind of like, we'll ask you guys first. And then I'm going to keep up the Google Maps, Alexza, because I kind of want, everyone to have a visual as we're talking about things in a sense.
All right. I did. I had a question, and I know that she did not get a chance to work on the cryptic note, but this is kind of a question about the cryptic note. I was curious as how does analyzing a doodle, because that page is kind of like doodles all over, right? Or a map. How does analyzing that compare with analyzing a letter where you could, compare whole sentences?
Well,
I'm just curious.
It is a little harder because obviously, you have sections. So what we do is we treat it like a letter. We take the top portion and we go by line. That's how I started doing it, because otherwise, obviously, we see the pattern, we see everything. I'm trying to see it. I mean, it's a little out there, but it's very interesting. Like really, there's a couple things that really scream out.
Yeah.
Like, like the inverse R, the the J.
I want to hear, Alexza, the reversed R. Just because you brought it up, what is screaming out about the reversed R to you? Anything like that?
That's almost like a double personality. Like, like they see them. It's almost like a double personality, like, but she detached. It's almost like it's a she, because I know it's a she. I can tell it's a she. It's almost like she's detaching herself. It's almost like two people. Like she's one thing and she could be another thing. So
I think we know that one.
That proves out. The J is very interesting. It means that that man, whoever that person is very powerful to her, because look at how big the letter is. Also the little hook, and then we'll get that day we'll get into hooks, why hooks are so important. And I always tell my friends, like, honestly, you have to learn 2-3 things in graphology, and anybody can do it. And I think when you start dating somebody, you should really like try to write them a letter and see if they write you back, to see, because there's a lot of red flags. There's one in particular, is the Y and the G's. There's one that it's called the Felons Hook, and you guys can Google it. And that's a big red, and we see it in especially in serial killers that write letters. We see it a lot. So
what do you call it, Alexza? What did you call it? The what hook?
It's called the Felons Hook, or the Felons Crawl.
Okay.
And that's when, I don't know if you can see it. I should have my thing, but it's when somebody, I'll write it. Well, see, I don't know if you can see it. Hold on. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh yeah, like that. Yeah. Okay, I can see.
I can't see it.
Yeah. It's
no.
like.
Oh yeah.
Okay. You can see it.
Yeah.
So you see that hook in the Y, how it goes. It's like a hook. You see it.
Yeah.
When you see that, I am telling you, run from that person. Whoever has that, just literally run from that person, because that person is going to be trouble. So. Obviously, it's not 100%, but it's pretty interesting. We've seen it, and it's worked. Really good. It's but like always, some people do it. So
yeah, is that in this note though? That hook.
The J has a hook.
The J too. It can be in the J. Also, it can be in the A. But the A is not the ones to worry the most are the Y's and the J's.
Right.
Yeah.
You can also see it on the A. So
okay, so it was done different ways. Sorry, I just caught the one on the piece of paper there.
But the Y is the most important one that we look for. The Y and the J.
uh, 1 sec. Okay, let me just take us off for a sec, just so I can go back to here. And my goodness, there we go. What? Yeah, like this. This is going to be on a different live for the most part, but just because we're talking about it now, it's only because it's sitting on my Google one that I'm pulling it up. I thought because she was talking about it for a second on there, but yeah. So you're talking about like the J. There's Y's, but they're in here, and right now,
I kind of got to see them, but not really. Also, like when people mix, capitals and lowercase, like that I am in pi, PIE. That's something to look at, because that shouldn't be there, and then you start wondering why is it there.
This piece right here is the most interesting to me out of a lot of things. Usually when people look at this word, they instantly think bridge. It's almost like, because like when I showed it to my husband, Alexza, I said, husband, what word does it say? And he goes, bridge. And I was like, right, because it's one of those ones that at first glance it looks like a BR, and then almost like an I. It's like your brain just kind of instantly goes to the word bridge. And so I always felt that this was a very deceiving word that's meant to look like something, even though it's spelling the word Chi effing pi was right here. But it's very deceptive, that word, to me, obviously. I mean, there's an obvious reason for this. Just off the top of your head, not that you studied this yet, is this telling you anything right here, that B?
Oh yeah, I mean, but she's a very conflicted person, whoever she is. I think you told me the name, but I don't know who she is. But very conflicted. She's a very conflicted person. Yeah. And she tries to present something that she isn't, and that's why you see that little doodle trying to present something she's not, because obviously she cannot keep up the doodles. Because I write a lot with doodles, but I do it in every single letter. She doesn't. So that means that she's not a constant person. She's not somebody that you can see that has continuity. So
yeah. Absolutely. Okay. I'm gonna come back and let's go back into the chat here. Bring us back up on there. Okay. And I'm just gonna take that off. Let's see here. Hi, support with Steffa. Hi, Kristen. Behind the crime door. How are you? Who is Kai Pi? Well, if you know that, please tell me, actually, because there's quite a few different answers that it could possibly be, and it could possibly be none of those answers at the end of the day. Someone asked about Ron Logan's land. Just to quickly, Ron Logan's land was pretty open. It was he had some fencing like a typical farmhouse would, but it was pretty much open, wasn't it? From anything I've seen.
Say that again.
Well, he bordered the cemetery. He bordered the cemetery on one side. He bordered the road on the other.
Right.
And then the creek on the back end on the other side. As far as I don't know, there was. I think there was a fence on the cemetery side, but I don't know if it didn't go the length of his property. Of course, it just because that was all wooded area.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people have been on his land during, after the time of the murders, and after his passing and stuff like that.
Like the girls were not in a fenced area.
Right. Okay. So, Alexza, as we know, the girls started off getting dropped off here, made their way over to the bridge. So, let's start with. You believe that they were lured? Is that kind of your thought process as well, that they were lured over here?
I think so. I think that Libby made contact, I guess, with Kagan, and I don't whether it was. I mean, obviously he's not the killer, but he is involved. I can tell you that. They knew that they made a date basically. I think she thought that she was going to meet that cute young model. But I've been thinking about it, and I've been thinking, and sometimes when when you're in when you think like myself and as a criminologist, sometimes you conflict because I was like, okay, I know that Abby was collateral damage. She was just there at the wrong time. But I, as a criminologist, I believe, this is my theory, I believe that the killer knew that she was coming. And I will tell you why. Killers are very ritualistic. They have to do they have a plan in their head. And most of the killers, and I think this is no different, have OCD or some kind of disorder, compulsive disorder, personality disorder, narcissist, whatever the case can be. And when you throw them off on something, you would have seen it. Like, for example, if Libby would have shown up with Abby would have, I always get them confused, so that's why I always have to think really, really carefully. Abby would have gone like really, I think he would have gotten his aggression on her, and he didn't. He killed her, but he didn't do basically anything to her, like just killed her and left it there, because it wasn't her. It was Libby that he wanted. So in my opinion, I think the killer knew that she was coming, and he was prepared. Because think about it. You go thinking that you were going to kill one person, and this crime is almost done. I hate to say the word perfect, but so far it's really good because we haven't found the killer. So this crime was carried out very, very perfect. Of course, nothing is perfect, and they will catch him. But so far, so I think if he didn't know, I think he knew that she was coming, and he was able to. And in the voice, even when he says guys, the guys in his voice doesn't sound like he's upset. It doesn't sound like he's mad that she's there. I think he knew that she was there, and he prepared for it. He said, okay, one, I guess if you're killing one, you can kill the other one. So that's my opinion. I think that's we'll see. I mean, those are theories, and like I said, I truly believe he knew that she was coming.
So is it your belief that there's just one person or multiple people involved in all this? Well, obviously there has to be multiple people.
I think there's multiple people. Usually, and this is very strange too. Two things. I mean, this case is, when we look at exceptions in a crime, is usually, I always tell my students, there's always one exception. In this case, there's so many exceptions. Right. It's like, I have never seen a case so much like it.
What do you mean by that? Can I ask?
And for example, usually killers don't kill during the day. This killer killed during the day. There goes exception number one. Then usually killers, what else? Hold on. No, I forgot my turn. What was I? Sorry, I'm so sorry. Oh yeah. I'm so sorry. Oh my God.
Hey, Adam.
Yeah. Sorry
yes,
about that.
yes, Sonny.
See what you did?
Any relation to any of us?
Steph. Yeah, Alexa. While you're thinking about that, so what do you think would make what do you think would create the exception?
So here's the other exception. Okay. Usually killers, especially killing, you don't see people killing in groups. You don't see killers killing like two people killing one person. Mm-hmm. Usually it's one killer. And obviously we don't know if this person is a serial killer. We don't know yet. But I do think that he probably has an extensive crime background. But there he goes. We have the other exception. We have the exception. So we have the first exception, and then now we have the other exception that, kills during the day. That's very unusual. Killers usually do not kill during the day. Oh, children. I mean, they do kill children, but usually they rape them first. They abuse them first. So this is very odd. They were not. We don't know 100%, but I believe they weren't. There is another exception. Okay. And all those. So you see many exceptions in this, and in the big one, usually they don't kill in groups. They usually kill by themselves.
Right.
Can I ask you? I'm sorry, Deb. Did you want to say something?
No, I was just agreeing with her. Yeah.
Can I ask you? So what about those exceptions does that tell you about the personality of the person? I mean, one that being committing the crime during the day, 2, the fact that they aren't a serial killer that we know of, or 3, that, they potentially have killed in groups and may not have raped them. And one more to add on to that is, hypothetically, rape would you consider that sexual assault can still be happening without it being, there could be some sort of sexual gratification, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But from the killer, not from, it wasn't any, you know what I mean? Honestly, I think this is textbook psychopath. Psychopaths obviously no empathy. They don't feel bad. They don't know what's wrong and right. I truly believe that he is textbook what we see as psychopaths. This is as good as it gets. Very bold, very bold. And also when you see him, I was studying him. When you see him in the bridge, and this is body language, talk about body language and what he's trying to say, and he didn't know he was being recorded. So you can imagine what he's trying to give. Usually when you're walking, and I believe somebody told me that the bridge is broken and it's very hard to walk in. And so usually you would need your balance. When you put your hands in your pocket, actually that is that you can lose your balance. Because your hand, you're putting your hands, so that that affects your balance. And he is so cocky and so so full of himself, so short, and it's scary when he's walking. It's terrifying. It terrifies me when he walks. When that little clip that I see, the loop that you see that he's walking, it's really scary because he is, he's there with the mission, and you can see it. You can see it.
I'd like to point something out with his gait. It's a short clip, but everyone that you watch videotape themselves walking over that bridge is walking fast. He is not. And I think to walk over that bridge with your hands in different pockets comfortably at that slow of a gait, you have to be very familiar with where you are, or at least have multiple experiences walking over that bridge.
Right.
Because people use speed to keep their balance. And if you're walking just casual, you don't have that speed for the next foot to come down to keep you balanced.
Right. Unless the clip that we've seen has been slowed.
Yeah.
That's possible. But they use that for some timing. So I'm thinking that that's not changed in speed. I think they kept that at the speed it was filmed.
Add it to the list, right? Of things, hopefully we find out one day.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I'm pretty sure they slowed it down. I think the video that we see, it has been edited, and I don't think it's the real video.
Right.
I think it's the real video, but it's been edited. So it's hard to say, but that really caught my attention. There
is some compression done. I'm not sure which clip you've seen, but the clip that came out in 17 to 18, the aspect ratio of his legs and his body are much more condensed and shorter than when they redid the video back in 19. So when you look at the two videos, he actually looks completely different in height too.
Oh, I didn't know that. I wasn't aware of that. I've seen a couple of videos. I don't know which one.
It's hard to find the clips from the first, but you can see there's a considerable difference in what appears to be leg length. And it almost looks like they took the video and uncompressed it.
Well, what happened was they had the video, and then Gray Hughes actually took Bridge Guy and isolated him, and then put him back on the bridge to stabilize it because it was shaky. And so maybe something happened during that process.
Right, and we also need to keep in mind that the video was taken from 70 feet away, which means it was clearly zoomed in, which is what created the pixelation.
The pixelation, yeah.
Right.
And when you break down the frames, it also appears there's 2 or 3 frames removed. I don't know if that was just corruption, but when you break the frames down in the video, there are 2 spots where there's a gap. Do you know where? Because I've not noticed that, so I'd like to look. I would like to look. I'd have to look it up. There was a site that did a full analysis, and they broke down frame by frame, and they showed where you could see where there was a missing frame here, and then a second frame that was missing. I think I've got that saved on my tablet. If I've got it, I'll send it to Sonny. Absolutely, please. I would appreciate that. Yeah. Sure, definitely.
Yeah, I wanted to, kind of start from that beginning part, Alexza, because we've seen in the Down the Hill podcast and the HLN or whatever, where have you ever listened to that and listened to the profiler of that?
No, I never have. I know a lot of people talk about it, but I really never have.
Well,
Good.
it was even like about the risk, like we were talking, right? Most people don't kill during the day, and about the fact of all these different things, like the risk of people, being around to see it, to witness it, and just the way that someone puts their hands in their pocket. They talk about nonchalantly as if they've been on that bridge multiple times, because there's so many things that have really to the ISP and LE and all that have said, look, this place is out of the way, that it's not something a lot of people that live there a long time not know about.
That's amazed me, Sunny.
Pardon?
I mean, and I don't want to interrupt you, but I said that's amazed me. I mean, the amount of people we've talked to that are local that have even said they, had never been there.
Yeah. But like they never knew it existed. And so and they, that they basically said like that this person, would have knowledge, like is a hunter. They're saying these things for a reason, obviously, that, and then they came out to say that the person lived or worked around the area, knew the lay of the land, the area. And just going back to somebody that had a question on there, right? There's some people out there that are into the whole Ron Logan theory. I can't see ever why Ron Logan would place dead, kill any girls and put them on his own land,
right?
Without
exactly.
Like that just is beyond what I think comprehension. What do you think of that, Alexza? Like, okay, just to entertain that.
Like I told you that day, that day that we spoke, I honestly think that, that is, I cannot believe the FBI did such a mistake. And that mistake basically cost 2 years of this case being mishandled. And, like I was talking to you, and we always think FBI and we think they're the best, but sometimes they aren't the best. Sometimes they do make mistakes. And and I think in this case, I think it was too many people involved in this case. The ISP, the police, the FBI, and I think egos probably got in the way. And then I guess everybody thought the FBI is better than everybody else. Let them lead, or they took the case. And I think, no, that is honestly, it's impossible. Just look at when he's talking, there's one interview, and whether you like the guy, whether you don't like him, I don't care, but you can feel the pain, like when he's saying, and he's remembering that his children used to play it there. I don't remember the exact quote, but it was something like, I can't believe it happened, like where like my kids used to play. Kind of thing, something to that effect. And you can see it in his body language, how affected he is. And that's something that you cannot fake.
That's what, Alexza, that's exactly on point. When I did hear Ron Logan talk, although I believe that who's ever on the bridge does have a very similar indent in the hat that looks like Ron Logan's, and possibly it was meant to look like Ron Logan. We won't know that yet, but at the end of the day, when I heard that video myself, that's exactly what I felt, was that I felt his pain as he was talking. And that's when I was like, he cost the case a lot of misdirection because of his lies, in a sense. But I mean, Ron Logan, regardless of his lies, it's not his job to do the work of the LE and the ISP, right? That's their job to made sure that the crime scene and all that stuff and the people that came and that was organized properly. And that's where a lot of, I think, mistakes made. Dogs called off. That's not Ron Logan's fault. He might have lied, but still, it was their own, in a sense, I don't want to say ineptness but
it was. It was. Honestly, it was ineptness. Yes, it was.
I do have to say, if you listen to what he says he went through while they locked him up for that just over a year period, I think he would have broke if he was trying to keep anything quiet.
Yeah.
They had him in solitary confinement, and he was not being treated really well for almost a year. And the guy's in his 70s. It's not something he's used to going through. I think that man would have broke if he was responsible at all.
Right.
And I will also say that his ex-wife said he was terrified of that bridge and that he never walked it.
Yes.
I don't know. That's just what she said.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I mean, they searched Ron Logan. I mean, if there had been one iota of evidence that it was Ron Logan other than speculative, they would have found a way to convict him, because they were on it so hard. They had every device of his. And, you know, if you look at what they found off of Kagan Klein's devices, and you look at what they found in the Klein home, and you compare that to the fact that they found zero evidence in the Ron Logan search warrant, even though they went twice, you know, there wasn't one thing on one of his phones. There wasn't one thing on one of his devices. I'm sorry, I don't see Ron Logan using Yubo or knowing what it is.
Well, have you seen the pictures of him using his cell phone in 17? It was an old style flip phone.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't think he knew. I don't even know he knew what Snapchat was.
I'm thinking the guy probably had VHS porn.
Probably. Probably.
Those big old laser disc 16-inch things you slid into the thing and the disc went in.
Yeah.
30 years ago.
Yeah.
Can I answer a question in the chat, because it would take me too long to. Okay, so let me roll back up here.
Who's it from?
I'm looking at the chat's going so quickly. April, she says, but what has KK got to do with how many people and who was on the bridge that day? That's misinformation. Or do we know who the two perps were? It isn't. We're talking about Kagan Klein because he is a suspect. He talked to Abby. He was talking online and catfished Abby. He talked to her the morning of the murders. He also told his mutual friend, that was Libby's mutual friend, that he was supposed to meet that girl and she didn't show up. He also Googled the gas station that day, Marathon Station, in Delphi, the day of the murders. When he was in Las Vegas a few days after he was questioned a few days after the murders. And then he and his dad ran off to Las Vegas. During that time, he Googled, how long does DNA last, and all kinds of other things connected with the case. So he is a valid suspect.
Right. Along with repeatedly listening to the bridge guy voice recording, looking up all sorts of things about, can they tell your IP address from social media, things about serving, all sorts of things. So I mean, we know that there's a connection to Kagan Klein.
Right.
I think the question that most people are asking is, he doesn't fit the look of the person on the bridge. In my opinion.
He does. If you go back to the original pictures, which I looked at today, there's something there. Not saying it's him, because we each have our path, and Sonny's path, I look at that and I can see that too. But I just wanted to address it because I was trying to type and help her out with the information. And thank you, April, for asking that question. That's a great question. And I'm like, I'll just say it instead of typing it out.
But I would think those are the reasons that it alludes to, that we're alluding to the fact there may have been more than one person involved.
Well, it's not even just that. I mean, it's the fact that Doug Carter himself, and even in other interviews, they have used the word they. So that's something that has slipped out of their mouths or not slipped out of their mouths. They have talked about the fact of that there could be multiple people. That goes back to interviews. So so at the end of the day, it just, you know what, some of it's theorizing, but based on I think common sense. And I want you to answer this, Alexza. With the timeline, right, being a short window in a sense, we have Lewis, what is it, 207 is the first picture
that's when she uploaded. And I want to say, after the last live, I went back and double checked. In the original reports of that, they specifically say uploaded at 207, not taken at 207. So they've specifically said that those two pictures were uploaded between the 207 and the 209 time frame, and then 213 is when he encountered them at the end.
Okay. So, and then if we kind of go by what was said from is it Dave Erskine, the uncle of Abby, that according to the coroner's report that it was all over by 3:30. So let's just use that timeline there. What are the chances that these two girls from that time frame, right, would have been killed, murdered, staged, and the crime scene being definitely something that you would want to take a picture of? What are the chances of all that happening in that short of a time period, realistically,
Well,
for it to be one person?
Still possible, but I think it could be. I mean, it could be possible, but I think somebody who's experienced, especially serial killers, they get better and better and better.
Right.
And I think it could be possible, but I do believe that in this particular case, I think it had to have, especially the terrain. Like, I never really understood. I knew that the terrain was really bad, but I didn't imagine. Somebody was talking. I don't remember who I was talking to yesterday, and they said that down the hill, it is not down the hill. It is very dangerous. Like down the hill part is like So that tells me that, again, like, for example, Ron Logan, there's no way that a 72-year-old, or I don't know, 78 old man could go and keep two girls, and the power to keep two girls. I mean, what did he do? I mean, you can imagine how he was able to, to keep those two girls. They didn't run away. I'm thinking to myself, I believe that he probably, obviously a gun, probably he scared them. And I think maybe they were tied, because I cannot think in my head that these girls didn't try at least to run for it.
Right.
Or it could be, I mean, I'm thinking also could be maybe because they're friends and they knew that they didn't want to leave one behind, and, that could be a possibility too. But the power to get those two girls to comply during the day.
Or
So
if one of them fell,
or scream.
One of them, or
because I mean, this was a public place. I mean, there was, I think, some people there, so that she could have just screamed and somebody would have heard her, and no screaming, no nothing. I mean, it really breaks my heart when I really think about what those two girls went through.
Yeah.
I know I myself personally have never questioned the time so much, because I think that from 2:13 to 3:30, even with the terrain, given the distance, I think an hour and 15 minutes is plenty of time to accomplish what the killer accomplished.
Right.
But that tells you, I think, to me, that tells you, I'm sorry, Debbie. I think that tells you, that he knew the terrain. He had done that terrain many times. So he is extremely familiar with the terrain. And number two, I'm so sorry.
Bless you.
Bless you.
And that he either had killed before, or he's a hunter. Right. That he killed. I mean, because if you kill somebody without not knowing, where do you start? You go, do I go here? Do I go? So he knew exactly how to do it.
Right.
I agree with you.
Or there were multiple people, that's, the other possibility is that there were multiple people, because it's one thing that he also didn't take it, he had to have known that there weren't, one would assume there are trail cameras out there. So he couldn't, unless he knew the area very well, have known 100% that he wasn't on camera in multiple
places. It's just funny that the camera that was on that end was disabled. The person that lives at the end of the bridge on the south side, they did have a camera by that shoe tree, and they said that for some reason that camera was disabled. So for somebody to know the camera was there, they would have to come up from the other side to not be on the camera to disable it.
I'm just saying, if I went to a nature reserve, I would assume there were trail cameras in various places if I didn't know the area.
I honestly don't think. I think many people are involved. That's for sure. But I think it's only one killer that killed those two girls. I think they were killed by the same person, even though there's multiple people involved. There might be multiple people involved, allegedly.
Now with your crime scene experience, here's something that I've thought for a while: is before they receive the supposed injuries that they have, which a lot of people have now confirmed that, and the fact that they said that the bodies could be placed as being moved because of possible lividity, that maybe they were killed, sat for 20 or 30 minutes, and then were placed where they were, and then those extenuating wounds were actually applied to the bodies. Like my thought is possibly that one of the two was pushed or fell down from the end of the bridge down what they call a hill, which is a very rough, steep drop off, and maybe was mortally injured that way. And one of them was already dead to begin with. So if the plan wasn't to kill them, now you have to. And if the plan was, well, half of it was done.
I mean, obviously, I respect your opinion, of course. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, and I don't want to sound like I'm attacking you or I'm disagreeing.
Oh, I've got so many theories. You can't offend them.
I know. I think because I think from down the hill to then they have to cross the creek. So I don't think it would be. No, I don't think so. I think the girls made it alive to where they were killed.
Okay.
I think they were moved probably a couple feet, but I don't think they were moved.
Right. And regardless of what happened to them, I know they can do wonders post-mortem, but they had open caskets. So
yes.
There clearly could not have been too much of a level of extensive damage exterior-wise.
My thought would have been either like a head injury from falling down and hitting those rocks in your head, or if they were actually physically killed before the wounds, strangulation, and then to cover up the strangulation, you make the cuts.
Sonny, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, I absolutely disagree with that.
You disagree?
Yeah, I do. And the reason why I'll disagree with that is because when I think of somebody in a casket, and I believe Libby had a scarf on her neck.
She did. Absolutely. Okay. And we know why.
So, but let's say that their bodies were cut up at the whatever, and I don't really want to get too much of a visual here, but that's still, you can put clothes on, you can hide all that, because the only thing that you're really going to see is if their hands aren't covered with anything, you're going to see their hands and their face only.
Right. I just mean their face and head.
Oh, okay. Their face, Adam.
Correct. That's what I thought the same thing too as Adam did.
Yeah.
And I've done hair for someone that's passed away, and so I mean I know the things that can be done.
Yeah.
And I've never done it for someone that died in a traumatic manner, but I mean I do know what they can do after someone's passed away, but there's only so much they can do and still be an open casket.
Oh yeah, they can even do plastic surgery. I've seen in some cases that they've been killed and they have done plastic surgery. And what you see, the person that we see, to the person in the casket is completely different.
Right.
So I know it can be done. But question for you, I don't know who had only one had a scarf in the casket,
Libby,
right?
Yeah.
So just Libby.
One had a scarf and the other one had a high collared shirt that was buttoned, or dress that was buttoned.
Okay.
So both of the necks were covered from what
probably
people over there said, but yeah.
Which is interesting. I mean, I think the killer definitely has either he have killed before, or I think he's a hunter and he knows exactly where to make the incisions.
Yes.
Carefully. There are some killers that, they kill when they make the incisions. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay. One of my kids was coming down. Some they make the incisions the opposite way, or sometimes they kill with the other hand, either to. Hold on a second. Are you okay? Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, I thought it was my kids, but it's my husband. So sorry. Just give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
No, yeah. Do you need that? Okay. Deb, do you want to go to some of the questions that you're seeing in chat going on?
Yeah.
Real quick.
People are just, questioning. Kelly had made a few comments and they were questioning how she knew all the stuff and everything. And what I wanted to tell people is that we did an interview with Kelly. What day was that? Was that a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah. If you look, the title of it is Exclusive Jailhouse Video.
Right.
Okay.
And so if you want to go and listen to that, there is a ton of information on there.
Right.
Tons of information.
And then that same week on a Sunday, we did an interview actually with Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what I'm talking about is the interview.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can check that out. Kelly was having conversations with Kagan for a long, long, long time. So she does have insight that none of us have. So it's just good stuff to know. Doesn't mean that, we think we're not saying, oh yeah, he's the killer. We're not saying that.
Right.
All of it is just information that you'd want to look at to get a view of what's going on with the case right now with law enforcement.
Yeah. Cold Case Report says, hi all, I'm a funeral director, and there are a lot of tricks to the trade.
Yes, there are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
also, I'm sorry, Sunny.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, and also, it is important to note that, the weeks have blurred together, but Kagan Klein has never been charged with anything related to the death of the girls. He's never been named suspect. However, when ISP released the information looking for information about him, which was the Anthony Schatz profile, they used the Abby and Libby tip line. So there was, and then if you know the transcripts that came out in the spring, he's directly related to Liberty German, especially. And then ISP a week or so ago took custody of him from from Miami County temporarily, and that is for the purpose of this case.
Right.
So we're not just speculating that there's a connection. Clearly, law enforcement is investigating a connection.
Yeah.
So.
At the end of the day, there's still very little information that's really truly released, but there is some stuff. And again, a lot of times, just like here too, we'll theorize on what possibly happened and stuff like that. Doesn't mean it's fact, doesn't mean it's true. Each individual that's in the chat, that's on this panel, has the right to go down whatever path that they deem that they want to go down. Because honestly, there just really isn't a lot out there. But what is out there is still, there's still things that have been said by Ives, by Carter. But sometimes you have to take some of that too with a grain of salt, because what they thought in 2017 and what has transpired in 2019 when the sketches came out are two different things. A lot of people are so focused on what Doug Carter said and some of his wording back then, but then they also had a wrong, sketch in a sense, or a sketch that 2 years later they changed out, and they would have never have changed out that sketch. I can't say this enough. They would have never have changed out that sketch if it meant hurting the families yet again. The families were taken back to find out that this whole new person, this sketch of this younger individual has come out. Ali would have thought deep and hard before ever releasing that photo. But again, there's 2 years where it looks like where everyone's looking, and people are deeply hurt because they've spent 2 years looking for this person that they deem to be 45 to 65, let's just say. And then all of a sudden, wham, 2019, this person that looks no older than 20 years old in that photo, possibly 20 to 30, let's just say, give or take. Well, they said in one of it was funny because they had two different things. They had 18 to 40, and then another one that said 18 to 30 area.
But may appear younger.
Just different things like that. So again, there's a lot of guesswork out there, but then there's a lot of, there's a lot of people that have really good thoughts, and then there's a lot of people that have some really off the beaten path thoughts. I would just say stick to the information that's given and use the fact of what was given, especially in the earlier days. in the earlier days when it comes to, again, Garrett Kurtz worked on that land. He knew Ron Logan. He killed 2 other people. That right there doesn't mean that Garrett Kurtz is the BG, but it just means that that right there is something to go off on. Like, that is something that is like, really, right? It's a thought. Definitely. There's different things. Lewis, I do want you to touch on something for me. A lot
Sure.
of people have Pat Brown as their BG.
Okay.
Not mine whatsoever, but you were talking about trail cams and that, and I remember them finding some tree
Yeah,
stand.
there's a tree stand that's on that property just south of the cemetery fence, in between Ron Logan's property and the actual trail end.
Okay, so where mouse cursor is, where are you saying that?
See where the 2 rectangles are that are the actual property there? Just below that last white road where the tree line is. There is a path that runs east and west that goes from where the actual trails are over to Ron Logan's property. If you don't take, and that's why I say if somebody went that way, they would have to know, because there's some dirt paths there, and there's a tree stand that's right by the cemetery.
It's the one Greeno went on.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying it's the one Greeno went on, because I know Sonny might.
Yeah.
Okay. The first time I became aware of that was when another podcaster actually did a video walking from the trails to the cemetery, and then from the cemetery through Ron Logan's, edge of his property. And he stopped and actually you saw the tree stand, and the tree stand has a direct view of the bridge, right in the middle of the bridge.
It does.
And I know somebody that personally went out there, and they found a broken trail cam about 15 feet from that tree stand that was on the ground covered in leaves and still had an SD card in it. And there was another one that was over by the shoe tree on the other side of the creek.
Did they call the police and have them come get that SD card and look at it?
They did not want to get in trouble for trespassing, and they didn't want to touch the card, but they did tip it in anonymously.
And SD cards, are not their strong suit.
Yeah. That's the same deer. That's the same deer stand that Michael Katz climbed in and said you could not see the bridge from there.
It depends on the time of year. I don't know if that's the same when Michael Katz climbed up, but when the foliage is down, you can see the tree from that tree, the bridge from that tree stand.
It is. It's right before you get to the ravine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that tree stands right by that ravine where there's a downed tree. And if you were to go, let me picture it. If you were to go south of that little path, you'd wind up coming up to a ravine and a downed tree that you can't get around. Same thing if you're coming the other way. And that's why if somebody did go that way, it's bad enough that the water is like a snake and it makes all those curves. It's very easy to lose your bounds there if you have no idea where you are. So I find it very highly unlikely that somebody not familiar with the area could go that way and find their way to the cemetery from down by the water. It's not an easy path to take.
Yeah.
And it's all uphill.
Yeah, correct.
Randy Gravitt was the first one that actually brought light to that deer stand, and then Greeno and Kat went out there, and Kat climbed it. A while ago.
Randy was the first one to actually do a video in 17 that I found, actually walking from the cemetery to down by the property and from the trails to the cemetery. He took most of those videos down, but he was the first one to walk those. And that was where I got most of the lay of the land before I actually went out there myself.
Right. I even believe Frank, they may have gone that route a little. They didn't go all the way down the ravine. They didn't go down the ravine, but I think they took part of that trail in part of the video when they went out there. And was that February or March? I can't remember. Yeah, you have to stay left of that big down tree in the ravine, otherwise you can't continue anymore. And it's a pretty steep drop there too. That's pretty dangerous, especially walking in the dark. Daylight, it's not too bad. Kristen said that Hoosier Cold Case also did it with Greeno.
Okay. I think a lot of those came up later on. It was more because, now that people have done it, everyone was trying to follow suit and get a lay of the land for themselves with him, which that's good. It brings more visibility to the case. But what interested me more was the first ones that were done that were before anyone even thought about going to the cemetery to get down there.
Right. Julie Melvin probably would have been the very first person to do it, but
yeah.
Right.
Kimmy Cook said, I believe Greeno and Kat found at least one broken trail cam. True, but we don't know that Greeno didn't bring it himself or break it. So.
Yeah, and that might be the same one that the people I know actually saw, because that was the same path that Michael Katz had taken.
All right.
Remember, Greeno ran it. He's like, he wanted to prove how fast he could run from it.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Yeah. I think it was like under 3 minutes there or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Easy to do when you're only 4'9".
Alexa, I want to go back to you on something here. The crime scene and how you were saying how crucial the crime scene is to the investigation. So from what talk about the general, like what you would typically do, of course, to how maybe it compared to what your knowledge is for the Delphi case, and kind of what you know about that, if you don't mind. However you want to talk about it, whatever way. So how typically is it? She's talking. Can't hear you.
Alexa.
Can't hear you. There you go.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You were talking away and we're sitting there
going, talking. And I'm like, why are they laughing? I'm like, am I saying something?
There we go.
Thank God I saw you, because you always, okay, here we go. Yes, like I said, I'm not at the crime scene. I usually, I am the one that analyzes everything and gets the pictures, but I'm never at the crime scene. Usually I'm not. I've been into one, but I never. So usually, I'm hoping that what worries me about this case is that this case was a search. They were searching. And I'm hoping, Delphi, it's very small. I don't think there's a lot of murders going on. And I'm really praying that when they were doing the search and they found the items that they found, that they had the proper bags to bag them, the evidence bags. And those bags are crucial because those bags have chemicals inside to protect the evidence. Obviously, if you don't have that, the next best thing is to grab a brand new Ziploc bag or whatever new you have. I'm really praying that in this case, they did that.
Yeah, I can tell you that they actually brought in 5 or 6 crime scene technicians specifically so that they could oversee each other's work, not to miss anything. Plus, it was a large crime scene.
Yeah,
I don't know if that gives you context, but
so that's.
I can confirm from the scanner reports that they called for evidence bags.
Okay.
To bag a cigarette butt, some undergarments, and a few other things on the one side, and they did have them stand there, protect the item, and wait for the bags to show up.
So that's number one. That's like the most important thing is, you need to preserve the evidence. Anything that you think that it's evidence, you need to protect it. When you find the bodies, the only concern that I have is I don't believe there was any police where they were found. I think they were just regular people. I don't think there was any. So I'm hoping that they didn't touch the girls. I think as a human, your first instinct would be to touch, even though you see blood. But I think your first instinct, although it was a day later, so hopefully the rigor mortis already had set in and it was very obvious that they were dead. But I'm hoping that they didn't touch the body. So obviously preserving the bodies, you don't want to move the bodies. You want to preserve the bodies to take pictures and to do your analysis, to start, measuring cuts, blood splatters. Those are crucial because then you want to go and recreate the scene and see, was it left-handed, right-handed, all those stuff. One thing that I was telling Sunny that bothers me about this case is that I think, is it Robert?
Robert Ives.
He talked about signatures, and I don't think he's very familiar with signatures means, because signature means that, well, usually we don't call them signatures, we call them calling cards. But signature is something that a killer does. But in order to see that it's a signature, there has to be multiple killings. Like, so for example, when there's a lot of killings in the area, and then you start seeing a pattern. Okay, most of them are women, are 25 years old, they're blondes, and so those are signatures. Then you start seeing the signature, and there's like a specific. There was one in particular that I remember all the time, and I always tell my students, there was a serial killer that his calling card was, he used to kill the people, and then he used to go to the bathroom, and he used to do number 2. And that was his calling card. That was his signature, is he did that. This was way before DNA.
Is he single?
Adam.
So those are, so when I get sick when I hear people say the signatures. You wouldn't know what signatures are in this case. There's no signatures. And staging. Okay, staging. Was it staged because they were moved? Was it staged because the killer wanted to create some fantasy? Or was it staged because they want to make sure that the police doesn't get the information? They want to, they killed you over there, but then I moved you so that we cannot get the blood splatter, the splatter, we can't do that. We cannot recreate. And see the crime scene is a puzzle. Crime scene, when you arrive, it's a puzzle. You don't know where the pieces go. But hopefully by the end of the case, you have to put all those little pieces together. And that's why preserving the evidence, the bodies, all the information is so crucial. So we can then look at and say, okay, this, or we can make a profile. Then we get psychologists, psychiatrists, and then we can start building a profile that we think the killer is. So I think but I think in this case, obviously they were killed. They were found the next day. So, again, that usually, that contaminates evidence a lot. Also, they went through water, even though, of course, nowadays technology is very, very, very advanced and we can do many things, but we're still very limited. I truly, and I know this is going to be a little bit, I shouldn't even be saying it, but I don't think there's DNA.
I was just going to ask you about that.
I personally don't think there's DNA. I think, and think about it, it's just not even just logically. If they had DNA and they went with the wrong person, that doesn't make sense. I think they don't have DNA. Obviously, and this is another thing that people don't understand. Cops lie all the time. And they do it because they don't have anything. Imagine what they must be feeling. There's these 2 girls. This case has become very big, very popular all over the world. They have that pressure, and also the families, and they're more. I think all of them, the ones that are handling the case, their parents. So imagine what they must feel, that they have to bring justice and they don't have anything. Yeah. So sometimes I think they bluffed and they said, we have it just to scare the killer, because that's the first thing you want to do. Is you always want to tell the killer that you have the upper hand, even if you don't. Always, police is always going to do that, even if they lie. That's why when people ask me about the sketches, I always say, first of all, the sketches they're not pictures. And in this case, I don't know why everybody's so into the sketch. You have a video, and the video is more important than the sketches, because, so to me, the sketches don't mean anything. It's just, and I have seen it many times. Sometimes people, they have done the sketches, and then when you see the suspects or the killers, they don't look anything alike.
I was go ahead. Mm-hmm. I was just simply going to say that too. I've said this multiple times on the show. The only thing I ever used that sketch for really was literally just to determine that they went from an older person to a younger person. Mm-hmm. Other than that, all my work is done about video, because that is something, I don't care if it's, and Steve from True Crime Web has mentioned this, like he's talked about, well, we don't know what generation it is. For me, absolutely, that has no relevance to me, because this is the thing that they released to us. Mm-hmm. Meaning it's not like they released the first generation or whatever, but they released this information to us to ask us hey, do you know who's on the bridge? Do you know who that person is? Even if you didn't see his face, you could tell by possibly his gate, his clothes, this is that. But at the end of the day, the sketches to me they're so overused to me. They're because so many people can apply that look of the younger BG and older BG to so many people. But when you have a video, a legit video from ISP, that is to me where that is one of the biggest things that you should be using if you're even trying to understand BG. And anyways, I just wanted to say that because I absolutely agree with that, Alexza.
Yeah. So, yeah, I always see it in a lot of the lives, and everybody is always so into the sketches. And I'm like, well, I mean, Livy did something that most people don't do. I mean, most people in her position, which brave little girl that left that for us. And I think it's, puts more pressure on the police that they have to solve this because, how many cases you are privileged enough to get a video and an audio. So it puts a lot of pressure on. I mean, I think the police it's really feeling the pressure. And especially when things get leaked, I think they put more pressure. And I think this case, I think I think this case will get solved. I think personally, now they know who it is. I think they're just trying to break the alibi.
I think so too.
Tracy, Tracy has a really good question there.
Yeah.
She said, can you tell if there's more than one killer by the way the girls were killed forensically?
Yes, you can. Usually the incisions, obviously, you can tell it, it's a little harder, let's say, if both are right-handed, but yes, because you will be, for example, when they do the cuts, then you start doing measurements and then said, okay, what position was he in? We can even determine how tall was the person. Where was he? How was he leaning? So yes, we should be able to tell whether it's two people. It's a little harder, but we should be able to tell. Also, the force. It would be ideal. The ideal is if the person killed has 2 wounds. Right. Each have 2 wounds. So then we can compare the pressure because everybody's going to have a different pressure.
Right. I remember a different crime where there were 2 different perpetrators and they were able to tell who had made which stab wounds based on the depth of the stab wounds because not to be sexist, but one was a female, one was a male.
No, of course.
And the incisions they found were made by the male were deeper and curved, and the female ones were more shallow and rapid.
Yes, because of the pressure. Because we are going to have different pressure. Also height, the height. So we're going to have different pressure and the angle. Yes. So that's why those wounds are crucial. They need to measure them inside out. Those wounds are going to, I think they're the most important thing in the crime because they're going to tell you everything. They can tell you how tall they are, whether it was a man or female, the pressure, the right-handed, left-handed. So those wounds are crucial. So hopefully they got all the information that they needed and they are just waiting. I mean, we will see this and you will see this, hopefully, God willing, when this goes to trial. We will see all this. We'll see the pictures. I mean, hopefully we don't see the pictures, but we'll get to see and read about this. So yes, yeah, you should be able to tell whether it's 2 people, 3 people. Yes, usually by the pressure. Yes.
Right. And even if there was one perpetrator, there may have been more than one person at the scene. But I mean, clearly, not to be graphic, but I mean, it takes incredible strength to nearly decapitate someone allegedly.
Not really, depending on the item that they use, because depending on the object that they use. I mean, it doesn't. If it's really short, and also I think whoever did this, I think they knew a little bit about, like I told you, either they have killed animals or they have killed before, and they knew what they were doing. They knew where to do the incisions, how long would, usually, to bleed out, depending obviously on your weight, your height, but let's say 5-6 minutes too. And people always say, oh yeah, but how is this guy going to kill and then walk all bloody? He didn't have to get bloody.
No, not at all.
Not necessarily.
Right.
You know, you can kill the opposite way, you know, instead of killing you this way. And they know that the artery, depending, you know, if he knows, you know, he knows that if you do the incision the other way, you're not going to get the blood splatter. It's not going to come this way. It's going to come that way. That could also be staging if he does that on purpose. So
Yeah.
those are all the things that we need to see, and hopefully
Alexa,
this.
oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. What were you going
No,
to
no,
put your
no.
thoughts
Go
on?
ahead. No, I just
No,
say
I
I
was-
just hope that this gets solved. I really pray that this
I
gets
believe
solved.
it.
I will.
question-
I do.
Yeah, I mean, I believe so too. A question for you. I'm reading from email. Was the location where the bodies were discovered the intended location of the crime? Do you think that that was the intended location based on just your thoughts? Is that basically if the person knew the lay of the land around there, do you think that that was purposely?
I think so. I think so.
I
I think he killed them. And see, this is the part where I go back and forth, because when I hear staging in my head, I'm thinking staging. I have, not to be graphic, and I won't be so graphic, but I mean, I have seen staging, for example, that they have sewn their lips, they have taken their eyes, and they have stuffed the eyes. I mean, talk about staging. And they have put them in on a table, like right on a table, with other dolls and things. So when I think staging, my head goes automatically to that particular case that we worked on. But with this one, I think the killer killed the girls and probably just moved them a couple feet, or just picked them up.
When you hear that the scene was something someone would want to photograph, what does that tell you forensically about what the crime scene possibly, like what features do you think would stick out enough that law enforcement would publicly say
make a comment like
that
that.
there were things about the crime scene that you would want to photograph? When they've been so, and I know you don't know the investigative aspect of it, but when they especially are so tight-lipped about even the cause of death, things like that, why would they come out and release? I've always been curious why they would release such a obscure detail that no one would know that they could have used, that only the killer would know.
Now, let me ask you a question. Who said it?
Robert Ives said it after he retired.
Okay. So he was a prosecutor, right?
Yes, he was the
Correct.
prosecutor at the time. Now, other law enforcement have alluded to it and said things about there being lots of interesting things.
Yeah,
at the crime
I mean,
scene.
with him, everything he says, like I said, he said signature, and obviously he has no idea what a signature is. So with him, everything he says, I will take with a grain of salt. But because obviously he doesn't know, he probably seen a couple, but I don't know how many he has seen. But I think that probably they were, how can I say this delicate? I think they were killed and then they were put in maybe the positions that they were found. And I think maybe the items that they probably brought items that they were found, like they were placed in such a way that people say, you want to take, they can take a picture. I think the killer tried to recreate a fantasy.
Right.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going. I think in his head, he had some kind of fantasy, and then but I believe it was just Libby. I don't think Abby. I think Abby was just.
It was said that Abby was leaned up against a tree, that she had her hood up and her arms crossed, according to David Erskine's, and that is not fact from law enforcement, just from her uncle.
Well, I
what
was
he
going to say that. Let me say that, Deb, because I recently looked at that, and it says that Abby was laying on the ground with her hood up. It distinctly says she was laying on the ground. I don't know where this hood thing came from about sitting up against a tree, because I do remember that a long time ago. But recently I looked at those
from Robert
messages.
Lindsay.
Yeah, there's been a couple of different ones that have come out.
Well, the one from Dave Erskine actually says that she was laying on the ground, because I remember just recently looking at that, because that tree thing was in my head as well, but yet I remember it as laying on the ground. But then I remember the tree thing coming out, but then I looked at the text not too long ago again, and I was like, that's right, yeah, she was laying on the ground. That's what I thought.
The tree thing was reiterated.
Deb, what?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Louis.
the tree thing was reiterated in a blog. That was not from the original text. His original
Yeah.
text said laying there with the hood up and arms crossed, but I do remember the tree thing, and that was in a blog that I don't think is no longer up.
Okay, right. Okay, so that's where that was coming from, because I
Yeah.
was confused up until I resaw the Dave Erskine text again, and it clearly said that she was laying on the ground, basically wearing what she was wearing on the bridge with her hood up, laying on the ground like a doll. I
Now,
believe as
one thing they've mentioned that threw me off, they've always said that there was a lot of evidence, but not what you would expect. That was one of the
Right.
statements about the crime scene that's really odd to even mention.
Okay, hold on. Say that again.
The statement was that there was a lot of evidence at the crime scene, much more than you would, but not what you would expect.
How do you take that, Alexza?
I take that maybe they brought items. There were items there that were not supposed to be there, because think about it. In a murder, you know, you murder 2 kids, blood, you know, body parts, splatter, whatever, everything fits. But if they're saying that it's not a crime scene that you would expect, I would say they probably brought things there. There was something in there they brought that it was not supposed to be there. And that's, I think, that makes it stand out.
Yeah.
And towards the end of the live, I will be showing you pictures from that said crime scene, which I'm going to say I absolutely believe is the crime scene. The reason
Sonny, you're a
why
little
is
pixelated.
because obviously the footage that happened. There was right. If I lagged there for a sec, the helicopter was flying over. A flash went off in that same podcast. In that same one, I think it wasn't it WTHR, or was it R6 or it was R6 News or something like that. That the helicopter footage. Pardon? The crime.
Well, it was either WRTV 6 or THR. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, it's the first one that you said. And so
WRTV.
Yeah. So thanks, Deb. When you went back to that footage, there was a blacked out spot of the rest of it. Basically, they took that footage out because at the time they didn't know they were looking for 2 dead girls. They just were looking, and their helicopters were flying over. So anyone that had access, and hence why the Devil's Hop Yard, even though it's at Delphi Confidential now, has that said crime scene footage. Now, again, I'm going to go back to this at the end of this, Alexza. I'm going to show that there is definitely multiple cameras involved here, including at the crime scene, that there is knives or bladed objects, not one, but a few at the crime scene, that there's a bunny rabbit with a plush ear.
I was going to tell you, yeah, usually they leave. And in this case, I was thinking, what can it be that is so unusual? It could be probably stuffed animals.
Definitely. There's this bunny rabbit that has, again, these are pictures that I'll show later. And yeah, so, you know, at the end of the day, and I thank everyone for being here and being in chat, we just want justice for Abby and Libby. That's what we want. And Alexza, like we were talking about in our conversation, as a parent, as a human, you know, this is what drew me to going back to it, was because as a parent, the worst nightmare in the world has happened to these families. And my heart breaks whenever I would see Becky or Anna or anyone's Mike, the grandfather, talking. It pulled at my heartstrings so badly for these families that it's just such a crazy, insane case that I'm sure it's very complicated, but I don't think it's going to be as far-fetched as what, you know, usually happens. That's usually the case from what I've noticed. What do you think about that, actually? Because there's a lot of different directions going on here. But Alexza, just from your own thoughts or whatever, do you think that typically that the coverage that they usually, like, say, IVES, the LE, the ISP, usually do you find that it's not too far off the beaten path of what sometimes people try to integrate into it that seems really far out there? Like that they were killed the next day, that one of them crawled away, all these different things that, have been said, and
Mhm.
it's just, yeah.
Well, there's always going to be rumors. There's always going to be rumors, people trying to say other things. I think always, in what I've seen in my expertise, is that usually the early rumors that you hear, they usually turn out to be true. Like, if you see, like, with the first 48 hours are usually the crucial ones. So I would say the first week, when you hear those rumors, okay, they were sitting, they had a hood up, whatever, those I would tend to believe, or look at, or at least look at. But the ones that then, that she crawled, I heard somebody say, yeah, that she crawled out, and that's why one shoe was across the creek. I mean, no, I don't think she crawled out. I think if she crawled out, there's no, I mean, obviously we don't know. I mean, we kind of know the injuries, but we don't know for sure how many injuries she had. I believe each had 2, I believe, but it's not 100%. I mean, they could have had more.
Mhm.
But without seeing that, this case, that's why it's so hard, because we don't know the crime scene. And usually the crime scene is what tells you. People were asking me in the chat, can you do a profile on the bridge guy? And I can, but I'm very limited, because all I see of him is what I see physically, but I don't know the crime scene. The crime scene would tell me a
Well,
lot more.
exactly.
So here is really hard to do, because I don't have the crime scene pictures.
Well,
And usually crime scene.
No, Kristen from Behind the Cream Door says that. She says, he said that the crime scene was physically strange, very strange.
Mm-hmm.
So that was like a comment again that was made.
Well, one, they're going to find anything strange. I don't mean to be rude to them, but I don't think they've seen many cases.
Right.
Any murder cases, and especially young girls. So obviously anything outside is going to be strange to them, and is going to be shocking, and it's going to be like, oh my God, because they don't have a lot of experience. Number one.
Thank you, subscriber.
Another one of those early comments that was odd in the beginning was the fact that he said, if you saw this crime scene 30 years ago, or he used a date, I think, that you would think would be solved within a short amount of time without using new science and DNA and all that. They never extrapolated on why, but I always thought that was an odd comment to make.
I truly believe that the killer left items there, that he brought items that left there, that he left some items there that caused the staging. I don't know if he did it on purpose, because like I said, without seeing the pictures, I don't know. Or no, I believe he did it for a reason. I think the killer brought whatever items and he left them there for a reason. And I think a lot of those, they do that is to taunt the police. It's almost to say, haha, I killed them, I leave this, and come and catch me. Because that's the game. These people, people like this are not like us. Their brain works differently than us. So they physically, I mean, there has been a study, a friend of mine, I was talking a couple of days ago, and they did a study about physically people that commit crime. Their brain is different, like inside. For example, there's inside our brain, on our right and our left cortex, there's a nucleus that is called the amygdala. And there's the left amygdala and there's the right amygdala. For example, the left amygdala is the anxiety, OCD, a lot of disorders. And the right is basically, sadness, tells you what's wrong from right. And they have proven that people that commit crimes, the right amygdala is compromised, and they can actually see it. And those are the people that engage in risky behaviors. So now science is trying to tell us that, something physically is wrong with these people that are more prone to commit crimes and more violent crimes. And for example, like looking at Kagan has epilepsy. I believe he has epilepsy.
He says he has epilepsy.
Oh, okay. So it hasn't been proven. But I mean, if he does, I mean, epilepsy goes hand in hand with, for example, with sexual deviance, a lot of sexual deviance, because of the connections of the brain, the chemicals in the brain. So there's more disposition to commit crime, if you know what I mean. So, I mean, That would be my personal opinion.
Right.
Mhm.
And we don't know what type of, I mean, that epilepsy, of course, there's,
Yeah, of
I
course.
mean, it's countless, so I mean, we don't know, like, if you were to have grand mal seizures, if you're absent seizures, if they're,
But it doesn't matter. If you have epilepsy, that means that your brain doesn't
right.
function.
I think we can all assume he has scar tissue probably on his brain somewhere.
So lack of.
Sonny, you're muted.
Oh yeah,
Sunny,
you're right. I am.
Sunny.
Yeah. Hey, I pulled an Alexa.
Mm.
Okay. No, just a reminder. There was, let's see, 292. There was just 300 in chat. If you guys could please hit that thumbs up for us and that like button. I noticed that there was only 81. If you could do that for us, you guys tonight. This is a great live. We would just appreciate the extra thumbs up if you could do that. I mean, if you could do 4 thumbs up, that would be great. No, but.
Right. We work hard to bring, good content to you guys. And it takes a lot of hours to line things up like this. So we just really appreciate your help by giving us that thumbs up.
And if you don't have thumbs, good
Yeah.
luck. Maybe someday you will.
Yeah.
But until then, it might not be the channel for you.
Yeah. And just a quick, we'll do a little intermission here. We have a great lineup coming up on Sunday. We have we have Chaos Divers joining us on Sunday night. Jacob and Lindsay will be joining us from Chaos Divers. Again, you guys know how I feel about AWP, Gonzo. There's certain people that I absolutely love and respect. And so just so you know, Sunday, that will be at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm not going to tell you about another lineup that we have coming up yet. But just so you know, we thank you guys for your support. And it's really great, especially because Deb and Adam both know as well, AWP meant a lot to me.
To all of us,
in general. Yeah. For me, well, before I even knew you guys, right, I was watching them. So although it meant a lot to all of us, for me personally, as I'm saying it, it was somebody that I followed from the Suzanne Morphew case when I heard about them. And I know Jacob from Chaos Divers, a separate entity, but they hook up sometimes, just like, Sam. And it's just, for me, it's just beautiful people with beautiful hearts. And I'm so glad that they're taking the time out of their schedule, just like AWP did and Chaos Divers on Sunday, to join us. So make sure you guys come watch us for that one as well. So that was like my little infomercial there. Okay. Anyways, thank you guys for your love and support for this channel. And thank you for everyone that's watching. You guys are being very kind and respectful, and I love it. It makes us always proud that people come in here, can just chat away. And we're going to get to some of the questions soon enough here. Actually, do you want to look at some of those questions now for you, Alexa?
Sure.
Okay, so let's see here.
I mean, if you don't mind, can I have 1 second? I am so sorry. Just one of my kids wants to say good night.
No, you go right ahead.
Go
Sonny,
right ahead.
do you have an intermission video you can play?
1 second.
I wanted to also,
Sure.
say thank you to all the new people in chat and all the great questions that you're asking. And we are just thrilled to have you guys here. And we love the questions. That gives us an opportunity to, have better content. And we want to bring good, real, credible content to you. So thanks for being here, everyone.
Yeah. And I am just going to drop the members link. It is $1.99 to join Paw Patrol here. If you feel like you do want to become a member or consider it, it also allows you private access to the Facebook group as well. It's about
and
$1.99.
emojis.
Oh, and the emojis. You guys, okay.
Did that for you, Sonny.
So what'd you say?
I did that for you, Sonny.
Yeah, thank you. Because I did make 4 emojis. And so let me just go into this. Yeah. So I did make 4 emojis. So thanks to our wife, Lilith. Thanks for giving us this great idea, because Deb, explain about the Scooby team.
Well, Scooby-Doo always gets his man. So we love that. We love being called the Scooby-Doo team.
Yeah, absolutely. Who doesn't love Scooby-Doo? So when you guys use that emote, that's going to be kind of like the thing that means the Scooby team. which is basically all of us, right? All the people that are in chat, that are followers, that are loyal followers. Feel free to always use that because it means it's really about all of us. The other emoji is a Care Bear emoji. That when you want to say goodnight, perhaps consider perhaps using the Care Bear emoji, and that will let us know that it means good night. And then, of course, the cat one that I made is with the popcorn. Whoops. Thank you, Miss Dog Lover. I think that was Miss Dog Lover.
Thank you, Miss Dog Lover. I'll gloss to that.
Yeah, we'll gloss to that. Am I still on camera here? We'll gloss to that. Thank you so much. I need some gloss anyway.
I know
I've been
my lips
listening
are
the whole
getting
time,
dry.
but I did have to step away for a minute. But I'm back now.
Okie dokie. Okay, so so the cat one is snack time. So, you know, whenever you need to go for a snack or whatever, the cat one with the popcorn and the drink, that's meaning snack time. Now, this one specifically, the other one is, although they don't use snorkels, it's a snorkel mask in a sense. That one's for Sunday, and I might even change it still. That one's going to be for chaos divers. When they come on, we'll splash them with a bunch of emojis on them. So just so you know, that's the new emojis. And then of course there's a bunny rabbit, the like button. I'm just going to put these out there. Abby and Libby, there's a emoticon, the heart tree one, that just means love and caring. Okay. Then we have our America and Canadian, because obviously I'm Canadian, and Adam and Deb and most people that watch us are American. Then we have our lip gloss and our Paw Patrol. So I'm just going to throw those out there as well. So yeah, thank you very much. I just seen another one come in from Freckle Joy. Freckle Joy,
Thank you, Freckle
so
Joy.
Oh, Freckle Joy, thank you so much.
You know, right? You get a
She's so
special
sweet.
gloss just because. Oh wait,
Sonny,
can't even see me.
no, we can see you gloss,
Okay.
Sonny.
Thank you. Sometimes this literally gloss. You know, it's just for the fact of when you're talking and stuff. I hate dry lips. So regardless, that's why, you know, like the whole glossing thing, if no one does know it, it really started because of
Me.
Adam. Go ahead, Adam. Tell the quick story.
I mean, it started off as a joke almost, because one day, I mean, I always put lip gloss on and or chapstick, whatever, and I was sitting here doing it, and then I looked down and Sonny was doing it, and then Deb goes, I have lip gloss, and then Deb did it, and we just realized we all had it sitting there, and then Deb shortly after realized that hers wasn't lip gloss, it was lip plumper, and she goes, oh, my lips are burning.
I know.
And so
But man, did I look good.
It did, and it just kind of became an organic little inside joke that people make fun of us for, but we don't care.
We don't care. We don't care. We make
Deb,
fun of ourselves.
Because Deb, why not?
Right.
What's one thing we don't do?
We don't gloss over the facts. And the other thing is we make fun of ourselves, so we don't care if anybody makes fun of us.
Yeah, exactly. You know, at the end of the day, this is deep and heavy stuff that we talk about, and you have to have the lighter side in a sense, because at no point ever are we ever making fun of any murder, of anything that's going on, but we can sit here and and have some laughing moments with our guests and with our people that are in chat and stuff like that, because it's deep and heavy, so you have to have balance of different things. So yeah, and I want to give a shout out, because I bet you any money he's watching right now. Hi Tom. Hi BFF. You guys can say hi to Tom Webster.
Hey Tom.
Yeah,
I got it. He gave me a nickname too.
What's your nickname?
See what Debbie does Delphi. I love him. I love him. He's so funny. I laughed my head off when I saw that. I'm like, he is hilarious.
I'm not even going to tell you what I remember from that Debbie does stuff.
Yeah, we know.
That's great. That's perfect. Debbie does Delphi. That's awesome.
Right.
Alexa, welcome back.
I've never. Who's Tom? Who's Tom?
I'm not. Oh, I think he's that invisible guest that's sitting down underneath Lewis. You guys just can't see him.
He posts those 4-hour videos that no one wants to watch. I'm kidding, Tom.
He's being sarcastic. Everyone wants to watch them. They're
Tom
absolutely organized and perfect. Love them.
Tom knows, and I appreciate that Tom called me Junior because he thinks I'm younger, and I'm probably not.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. So
I think he just said that. I think he just said that because you want to be him.
Debbie, you mean you think he said that because he thinks I'm much younger than him?
Yeah.
No.
His research stands on itself.
Yeah, it does.
I want to go back to Alexza. And those two can keep laughing, but I'm going to ask you something, Alexza, because somebody else wanted to know the answer to this too. But anyway, thank you, Tom, BFF. Yeah. Okay.
Lisa.
Anyways, what percentage of killers do two girls in daylight for their first kill? Do you have any thoughts on this? So what would be the percentage?
Very, very. I mean, daylight and two girls for their first kill. Very. I would say 8%, maybe 5-8%. Very, very limited. Usually, people escalate when you see the killers, serial killers, and obviously, we know this. There's different types of killing. Obviously, this we can categorize it in the type that he could be a serial killer. So killers like this, they aggravate as they go. So today, they kill, in daylight at 2:00 in somewhere that is secluded, but it's not so secluded. Then the next kill, I'll kill two girls, maybe in an area that is more public. They're risk takers. But this is why I am so scared about this person. That this person is really, really sure of himself. Like he must be not only a great manipulator, person that probably goes undetected, that people don't know who he is, but he's very in control. Because look, killing two. I honestly think that he probably killed before, because the chances of killing two girls, like today, I'm gonna wake up and I'm just gonna go and kill two girls. It doesn't work that way. You escalate.
Right.
Or what if it was more than one person?
Right.
That's where, right?
Could be, but I personally believe that those girls were killed by the same person. Right. I would be very shocked to find out that they were killed by, because usually that's not how it works like that.
But that doesn't mean there weren't two people there. But maybe
it could be that there was 10 people there, but
only one person did the actual killing.
Right.
The killer.
And I think one connection that people have always tried to make is looking for other crimes that involve two children or two girls, meaning like Evansdale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that if this person has killed before, their first victim may have been a single victim. Mm-hmm. They may not have even been a child. Mm-hmm. You never know. So it would be more about the patterns and the characteristics of the crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the two would be much harder to.
Yeah, it is creepy when you think about it, that they both have the 2 and the 13. They were both on a Monday. There were two girls by yes, I do agree. But usually killers don't like to move out of the area because they're in control. Like with them, everything will go back to control. They cannot control the area that it's not theirs. They stay in the area that they know. So them going out of state to kill, possible. Right. But not something I wouldn't think so. Right. Very rare. Very rare. Very small percentage of that.
Yeah, and I wasn't connecting the two of them. I was just saying that if he has killed before, it might not have been two victims. It could have just been one victim, and and it could have been an adult, and it may have just which would make it harder to connect.
And also killing animals, because animals count too. We don't think, but they kill animals. That counts. That's there's hunting. People like my stepdad hunts for. I don't agree, but he hunts for fun. But there are people that hunt
there's a difference
for that desires. That's how they start those desires. They start killing, and they have that pleasure and that satisfaction and gratification when there is that moment when you see, and I don't know if you have seen when people die, and that moment between here and leaving, it's amazing. You see it, and it's something magical in the sense that you go, wow, there must be something out there. There must be this powerful, this power. And I think killers kill for that high, that, between that moment. And a lot of them, I've spoken to a couple serial killers. They all tell me the same thing. That second when I kill the person and they see my eyes, but they're leaving. It's the greatest high that they have.
Right.
It's about power, which is what
Power.
Doug Carter said. We know this. We know this is about power to you.
Right.
And that's what
Doug
it is.
Carter
Control, power.
If you feel helpless or if you feel powerless in 99% of your life, I mean, what would make you feel more powerful than having that moment?
Right. Then it takes someone's life. Right.
I mean, to someone that's got not all there.
Yeah, that's the thing, that most killers don't have that right, wrong. Again, we go because most of them have disorders, and so most of them don't have the right from wrong that we do. They're psychopaths. So they don't have, we cannot, when we go and we go, oh my God, how can they kill? Well, because they don't have that. So when you remove that, then they're callous. They don't care. They don't care. They can do whatever. They can do the most heinous crimes that they don't care. And that's scary. And unfortunately, in this case, there were two young girls that this man felt the need that he had to gain that power by killing these two young girls. Well, I think one was collateral damage. I hate to call her like that, but I think Abby was just there at the wrong moment, but he just had to kill her because he can, of course she was there. So he had to kill her. But I think with Libby, I think there was an agenda. There was something about Libby that he wanted. So.
Yeah, it had to have been targeted. I can't see this being a by chance instance.
No way. No. I mean, think about it. Who is going to say, okay, I get it. First of all, serial killers, they prey, they hunt. And usually, sometimes you don't see it. They might be watching you, and they watch you for a long time. And that's why I always tell my girlfriends, especially like the ones that run, and I always tell them, please, like, change your routine. Don't always run the same way. Like when you get to the right, change it to the left, because that's what they do. They hunt. And I hate saying that, but they are hunters. They are there waiting for you, looking for you.
And we don't know, this person, I'm speculating 100%, but this person could have, they could have been at a volleyball game. They could have been at any number of events that these girls had attended previously. I mean, Anna, in an interview once, even described a situation leaving a grocery store with Abby, and a man gave her this uneasy feeling that once they got to the car, the man even said, "You don't remember me, do you?" And she said something along the lines of no, and like they pulled off. But how she even gave Abby kind of a rundown, in that moment of like, if you ever feel uncomfortable in a situation like this, go back into the store, get out of this situation, do what you have to, follow your gut. So we don't know where this person could have been following them. And even if it was just online, that's the way to stalk people now. You can look at their Instagram, you can look at their Kik, their TikTok, their Instagram.
Especially young people that they're always sharing where they are, and you can tell exactly, live, they're here, they go there. You can actually track them down, and that is like the worst thing you can do.
And let's be honest, if you've got a girl, anyone at the age of 13, a lot of times there's insecurity there with a lot of children. And I'm just, I'm not saying this specifically about Libby, but what an easier prey than someone that's going through a change in their life that, they might need validation. They need attention from something, and all of a sudden there's someone giving it to them. You
Yeah,
never know
of
what they're
course.
going to volunteer or put out there that they wouldn't normally.
And she was already an easy target because I believe she had some conflict with her mother. So
Yeah.
you already know, and I don't want to be disrespectful. So we know that, she's starting her teens. So we know that there is some vulnerability there. And that's what those men look, vulnerability. That's what they and again, they go even online, they hunt. They can tell just by writing who,
Right.
who is going to be more vulnerable.
And her
Who is
Instagram headline
needy.
said, "Looking for my Peter Pan." So I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
I'm not victim blaming at all.
No,
but
of course not.
if,
She
you
was
know,
just
if you're
being
a
a normal
demon,
13-year-old.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing is that she was, if it is connected to the Anthony Schatz account, she was introduced to him by a friend, so that gives him validity. That
Yeah, there's a
means
layer of trust
she
that's
thinks,
already earned.
yeah, she thinks, oh, my friend knows him, so he's cool, right?
Of course. Yes. Yeah,
Right.
that is
Grooming.
absolutely right. It gives the validity, oh yeah, she knows him, she's spoken to him. And nowadays, for us, because I guess we're a little bit older, just not by a little bit, we don't,
Some of us.
we go online. Oh my God, we're like, okay, you met online. It's kind of weird, but for them, there's nothing wrong. I mean, COVID, look, they even went to, no, that was pre-COVID, but nowadays teens, they do everything online. They
Right.
don't need to meet, and for them, that's meeting. So, and that's knowing a person. I have actually one of my sons, one of my twins, he actually has a friend, and he's been chatting with him for almost a year and a half, almost. And this kid lives in Wisconsin.
From a video game?
From a video game.
Yep.
And they started a video game, and then he asked me, oh, we want to do a face reveal. And I wasn't too crazy, but I was like, okay, because he had been chatting for a long time. And I'm like, okay, send a half picture just to see. And then they started chatting and doing, and for a year and a half. And I mean, this one, obviously I checked and everything. I knew, that it was a real person, and I tracked them down. But sometimes they can take up to that. Some of them, I remember one case that we did, that it was almost 9 months that the guy took to do the trust so they can meet online.
The grooming.
The grooming, yeah, that's exactly groomers. That's exactly what they do. And they usually look for people that are more vulnerable, that are desperate, that are lonely, and even child predators. I remember I'm talking to one of them, and he asked me, he's like, I usually look for girls or boys that come from broken homes. And I said, why? Because there's no fathers. That means that father is not going to come and beat me. The father is not going to be an issue. And that creeped me out. I was like, wow.
Right.
So
there are always going to be vulnerable people in life. That's why sex workers have been targeted for so many crimes and so many, because they're vulnerable individuals that a lot of times
Well, you don't need to earn their trust because they're willing to get in with a stranger. You just have to not be very creepy.
Right. And they're not deemed, and by some people, they're not deemed worthy enough to put the full,
Right.
But that's a very easy victim to get away from being in public.
Right. Just like a child that's that's giving out, information online, because they're being groomed.
Exactly.
Right. Well, guys, I hate to do this, but I have got an extremely early morning, and I'm going to have to hop off here.
Needed to go.
And
absolutely.
I can't wait. I cannot wait to rewatch this. And I want to thank Alexza so much, and Lewis always, and
thank you.
always. Yeah. So I'll catch you guys Sunday.
Bye, Debbie.
Have a good day tomorrow.
Deb,
nice meeting you.
Deb, I won't see you Sunday.
Oh
no, Adam won't be here Sunday. We will be here with Chaos Divers without Adam.
Yeah,
Sunday.
but you know what he will be seeing? Elton John. You dog.
Oh, you love Elton John.
I don't feel sorry for you. Love you guys. Love you guys.
Good night.
Love you too.
Be safe.
Good night.
Yeah. Alexa, straight from the horse's mouth asked, or well, saying Lewis. Well, okay, maybe this one's for Lewis actually. Lewis, what are your thoughts on Doug Carter flying the helicopter over the Chrysler plant the day of the river surge?
You know, I think they're putting way too much into that than what it is. And they're using that as a grab because there wasn't really too much information that was public. So to bring attention to him coming there, I think that was just a talking point. I don't put a lot of validity into him flying over there for any other particular reason.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been anything. Could have been that, he had a meeting that day and he just went, and just people are looking into it. But I mean, it does seem a little, everything is pointing that it might be some truth that, this search in the river has to do to Kagan, because I mean, think about it. I mean, ISP didn't have to pull him out. And somebody, I forget where I heard something that they said, oh, if he could have locate something, he could have just, they could have done it from the jail. No, they can't. No, they can't. Not even with a map. There's no way that with the map he can go be like, okay, in this X, no. They have to actually physically bring him there. So
now, see, I've got a different view on that.
Mm-hmm.
My view is, I think information came from his friend in Vegas, because the ball started rolling after his friend in Vegas was arrested. And if you look at the charges on him being arrested for a gun violation, they put specific rules in there as to how he cannot use his phone. If he changes the number, he has to have the phone passwords checked regularly. And there are some weird stipulations in that motion just because of a gun charge. And then the week or two after that is when they wrote everything up and brought him in for questioning. So I almost wonder if his friend gave up some information that they then questioned Kagan over. And then after that was when the search started.
Well, the day he was released is the day the search started.
Yeah. So I put more validity into maybe somebody else giving the info, because Kagan's been in there all this time and hasn't come up with anything for them to do anything with that's been made public.
Right.
I mean, I did ask Candy, who has been on our show, which is the mama of Dirk. I did have a friend number one, as people will know that person. Now,
sweet lady, I remember her. Sweet, lovely lady.
Absolutely. Very nice lady. Obviously a lot of stuff has been put on her shoulders, and sadly, because that's not the way it should. You raise your kids to do certain things, and then you have to take the responsibility, and then she had to take the kids in when I think he was in what'd you say, Adam?
No, I'm finished, please.
Oh, but wasn't Dirk in Indiana when the kids got put with Candy while he was put in, or was he in Vegas?
He was in Vegas, and she went and got the kids.
That's how it went.
He does have a brand new baby. Now I will say, I did speak to him today. Actually, I can't say for sure, but there are no court documents, sealed or unsealed, anywhere within Nevada or Indiana that I can find relating to any current communication that could have alluded to that, because that was an avenue I went down as well, Lewis.
Yeah, I couldn't find anything that matched up with that. Just the weird stipulations against the gun charge for the probation.
Yeah,
right.
His mom did say that he was it was something to do with the Army.
Yes, he was a part of the veterans program, and I think that's actually what gave him. That's what gave him the second chance, because it had been a number of years since he was almost done with probation. It had been a long time since he had any offense at all. There was some questioning. I mean, it was a very serious charge, but there was some questioning as to the extent of it. And I believe that because of his behavior and his demeanor and his history, they did decide to give him a second chance through this veterans program.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know that 100%. I'm just going off of what I was told and then what I could research.
Right. Yes, I just thought the timing with that and the fact that sort of became very quiet after it happened, and the fact that you cannot find anything else, like you said, you can't find either I couldn't come up with anything else on that end.
Right.
It just seemed
I have
really
all the court
suspicious.
documents.
Oh, okay, you do.
And the
Yeah.
filings.
That amazes me how people can like look at things that I wish I knew how to do. I mean, and it's amazing how everybody has like court documents and they can read affidavit and they have it's amazing how you guys can pull that stuff.
Like, so I would say this was something that, you know, this particular situation was something that there were things that we should have been able to find previous that would have alluded to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to know exactly what to look for to find it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And which, you know, I mean, because I mean, just simple searching certain things
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Came up with nothing.
But it's still amazing. I mean, you guys literally should like work for the FBI.
You know what? Yes, I believe you're absolutely correct there. Because I feel like there's some people in the FBI that don't even belong in the FBI whatsoever.
Oh yeah.
Jokingly,
we spoke about one. Remember that particular one that we spoke about that she shouldn't be there?
No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but just
I'm
no.
sure everybody knows.
I keep saying sometimes to a couple of people, like, just give me the files. You guys can walk away now, okay? Because this is ridiculous. Mm-hmm. At least it is to me. So my question, there's going to be a question here. As I've said, you know, like I work really hard on connections, but I work extremely hard on seeing what's at the crime scene as well. So it is, okay, it has been said, sorry, there's a bug flying around here. It has been said through Garrett Kurtz about the fact that there was this murder tape. And so he made reference to that. I know for a fact that there is multiple cameras that are going to be part of what is going to be revealed at some point. I know that there's a camera that's sitting on the BG's head. I know that there's a camera that's sitting on his arm or on his shoulder. I know that there's a camera at the crime scene. When we look at stuff like Yubo and Instagram being talked about, especially the Yubo, I can't help but feel that this was possibly, guys, that this was being live streamed, that this is where big money came into this. Because what would you think would be the purpose? Because, you know, we've talked about Vegas, and only because I was able to capture the fact that there's a camera at the crime scene as well. Mm-hmm. And it's one of those things. I don't even believe that there's just one camera. I think that there's more than that, but one of them is what I can show you at the moment, because I like to at least show something as best as I can. And when I find that it's in the best light that I can pretty much show it for now, I'm going to show it today. And so at the crime scene, Alexza, if anyone chooses to believe it or not. Hey, Vanessa, it's all good. Okay, so I'm going to go to, let's see here. Well, obviously, this is the BG in front of you right here. So let's take, for instance, well, I'll just take this picture just for a second here, because this is off of this picture. Mm-hmm. You see how there's this device or some sort of contraption, and again, you have to people have to use their eyes and think out of the box a little bit here, because you know, people that don't do this work won't really understand it as much as someone like myself, who has spent 2 years looking at pictures, deciphering stuff like that. I keep going back to the crime scene because I always feel like the crime scene has a lot of answers to it. Okay, so for instance, here's one. I took out, obviously, the fact that this is, you know, a victim, but there's an object right there that's at the crime scene. Okay, so
that is taken from. That's actually the victim, and that's, oh wow, correct. I never seen those pictures.
Correct. Okay, so although I took out the face because, or you know, anyone that knows this video, whatever. But
where is in correlation? Where would that be? Where would the knife be? The neck?
Yeah.
Okay, so that thing, it would be the chin. Okay, I got it.
Well, up here, I took this part away. Okay, up here, it's not this way; it's over here. This is where the victim one of the victims would be here. Okay, but this is to show you. This is me showing, hey, you guys, look, I've done all this enhancing. I've never distorted the pictures ever. This is by truly using the pictures that I have from the Devil's Hop Yard. So anyone watching right now, it's up to you to believe and decipher whatever you want. It's totally up to you. Okay. But this is me enhancing it to the point that if I wanted to show it this way, this is the same thing. This is just giving me more of a better view. But if you couldn't understand it this way, then I'm showing it to you this way so that you understand that a knife is part of what was at the crime scene. And actually, isn't that in Ron Logan's affidavit now that, or search warrant, now that I think about it? Well,
It's
hold on.
a bladed weapon.
A blade? No, it was it wasn't. It didn't say
Edge,
bladed weapon.
edge. It might have said edge.
I think it said bladed object.
Yeah.
Because I have the unredacted version of that.
What did it say? That it was found at the scene?
Yes, correct. Yes, that a bladed object. Now, I want to also let you know this. There's a lady named Kelly who has had communication, Alexza, with Kagan Klein. Kagan, there was an item that was missing from the crime scene. Well, there was two, but one of them was a sock. Okay. Now, Kagan, in a letter to Kelly, had stated about that go ahead.
I was going to, can I clarify really quickly?
Sure.
When Sunny was saying that about the bladed object or the sharp whatever, it is not in the court document that was found at the scene. It was just that it was used, but there's nothing about it being found.
Right, that it was used.
So I just wanted to make sure people weren't saying to think that.
Because that's what I thought. I was like, I don't think they found it.
Well,
in this picture.
It seemed
No, I'll let you go, Sunny. I'm sorry. I just wanted to.
No, because at the end of the day, it's no different than when we were talking about Abby's body. So the thing is that yes, there's texts out there where Dave Erskine's talking. There's a Dave Erskine tech where he says that yes, he made those comments. Again, you have to take everything with the grain of salt. Do I believe that those were Dave Erskine's texts? Absolutely, I do. So that's why I want to show you, because you have to keep your facts straight, when it comes to that part of it. And so when people are saying up against a tree and stuff like that, well, it clearly said from the Dave Erskine, and I only just before, like during this live, I just quickly cropped it out, even though Dave Erskine's name was up there, but I just cropped it out to show you what the actual text was that was out there. And it was that Abby was laying on the ground with her hood up like a doll, basically, our hands crossed. Okay. So it's just about keeping awareness and things, try to be as factual as we can, because there's lots of times things that are said too, and I'll go and I'll literally ask Becky, hey Becky, is this true, or not, whichever she's aware of. And sometimes she's maybe not aware of something, but at the end of the day, it's because you get really tired of all this stuff that people start integrating into something that's not true, but yet it becomes like a telephone line where people all of a sudden start saying things like I was about to there, and then Adam corrected me. I'd rather Adam correct me if I said something wrong, because I don't have that in front of me. But at the end of the day, so thank you, Adam, for doing that, because I do want to just say it. But okay, so Alexza, so Kagan Klein says in this letter how he has basically like a sock fetish, and he has about 200 pairs of socks. Okay, so knowing that a sock is one of the items that was taken from the crime scene, doesn't that look a little bit odd? Doesn't that sound like a little bit odd then?
Well, it goes back to what I was saying before, how everything connects, because I did a little bit of my homework on Kagan. Where is it?
Okay.
On here.
Oh,
I took some notes, and that was one of the things. Where are you? There you go. Whatever, but you get my point. So with him, actually, we go back to whether he has epilepsy or he has a disorder, which I believe he does. I am not a psychologist, but I can tell you he definitely fits the role of a sociopath. So sociopaths or in epilepsy, both disorders they have a correlation with sexual deviance, and especially what's called paraphilic, the paraphilics, which goes into specific sexual interest, atypical. Basically, they target like children, objects, and one of them are fetishes, and the most common fetish is feet and socks. So I can definitely see why he
Okay.
has that from
Yeah.
from the psychological. When if we would do his profile, that's basically why I started doing a little profile on him, and yeah, I would see that he would have those kinds of fetishes, and that fits. That's why the sock, he has that sock addiction, because I need to have 200 socks. And these are from whom? From women that he has stock, or just from anyone? Or does he buy them? No, I'm sure he doesn't buy them. I'm sure he takes them from somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Like a trophy.
What else? What other notes you got over there? Because I want you to, because if you did the work to talk
No,
about
I
it,
mean, no, they go like that. Like I was doing like Kagan, like that was interesting. That stepped out, like epilepsy disorder. We talked about that. So like, and again, I was doing comparing the dad and Kagan, and I think Tony is a psychopath. And the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath is basically, to make it easy, is psychopaths are born, sociopaths are made. They might have dispositions to be, to become sociopaths.
right?
But I think Tony, he definitely has a bipolar disorder, so that makes him a target. And I that's basically all that I wanted to say. That they have links with again, the sexual deviance. And I'm not saying that all epileptics are like that. Of course not. But there are higher chances. Like when you look at the data, and that's what I do, analyze the data so we can prevent crime. We can see this, that, when you see crime and you see, okay, they had epilepsy, then you can start doing that correlation and you see that there is a link. And nowadays, I think that's going to be very important, especially to prevent crime. I always say, for parents, I think parents have to be very aware of their kids. And if they see something that they know that it shouldn't be there, try to get help, because then, you get all those kids, like, for example, the school shootings that are happening. And those could have been avoided if the parents would have listened or would have seen what's going on with the kids. So I think as we go, hopefully, with the work that we do, I mean, we can identify and scan, like I told you, when you scan the brain, criminals, their brain is slightly different than ours.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I know, because that always, in like I said, psychopath, sociopath, and you really wonder what issues, like, for instance, let's take Garrett Kurtz's father, Mark Kurtz. So if anyone ever looks up Mark Kurtz, they'd understand that Mark Kurtz has about 3 charges that we see for abusing animals, And so when you see stuff like that, and then you look at the child that's been raised in an environment where things like that are going on, it really always makes me feel badly, to be honest. And it makes me feel badly. So although Kurt sits in jail for 55 years, but it's like, what type of an environment did he have growing up that this created this person that turned into, and darn well Garrett Kurtz is probably should be labeled as a serial killer, to be honest with you.
And one of those animals that was abused, Garrett was connected to.
wow.
That was one of his first horses.
Yeah.
That's a sad situation.
Horse?
Even though
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Shocking.
So, right. So I want to go back to this, Alexa, because I know that time's getting away from us here. So I'm gonna show you something that recently.
Hold on, let me just get a pen, because my pen, and I don't like writing in blue.
Oh,
so
yeah, no problem.
one second.
problem.
One of my crazy things. Give me 1 second.
Actually, give me a second here. Let's see. While she's grabbing a pen, do you want to say anything there, Lewis?
Well, I sent you a message with a couple of screenshots. I thought I sent you earlier today, but I think I forgot to. So I couldn't find the original document, so I sent you 2 screenshots that had it broken up on the news. But I didn't know if you wanted to touch on that since it came up earlier. That was one of the first releases, and I thought that was kind of odd, but I'll let you decide if you want to talk about that.
Okay. I mean, I'll the one that says Indiana State Police also issued the following clarification about the 2 sketches. They are not the same person. The person depicted in the originally resketch is not presently a person of interest in this investigation. The sketch released on April 22nd is representative of the face of the person captured in the video on Liberty German's cell phone as he was walking on the high bridge. The person in the sketch released April 22nd is described as having a youthful appearance, but could fall in the age range from his 20s to his 30s. The person's appearance could look different today if he has grown a mustache, beard, or let his hair have grown longer, or cut his hair shorter than the depicted sketch. But for me, this is what I'm talking about. The person in the sketch release described as having a youthful appearance.
Yes.
No.
But what I took from that was the first 2 points, which changed later on, but this was the initial release to the press from the police department, was about how the first sketch was actually identified and ruled out.
Correct.
That's a very odd thing to just come up with and say,
Right. And I remember this, and it was about the fact that they thought that the first sketch was somebody else, and then they ruled it out, that it was not that person. And then, and this is where they play with your brains a little bit, because then Doug Carter does that interview, and he's talking about how the sketches, ignore the first sketch. He says to the guy, Doug Carter says to the guy, or the guy says to him basically, so should we ignore the first sketch? And then Doug Carter says, yes. And then he goes, well, it could be a combination of the 2 regardless or whatever. So that was very confusing how they're saying this, then they're saying that. And so there's a lot of things that have, like Doug Carter will talk about things in certain interviews, and then in another interview, he will sit there and say, I'm not willing to talk about that. Well, dude, I love Doug Carter. Don't get me wrong. I love the guy.
Yeah.
He wears his heart on his sleeve. He truly wants this case solved. But he forgets that he says certain things in certain interviews, like most people do. But, usually people have those little red alert buttons, at least a lot of us do. Those little red alert buttons going, but wait, hold on. Because so many of us have listened to these videos like 5, 6, 10, 20 times over. So it's kind of like those words become embedded in your head. And then all of a sudden you'll listen to them again and you're like, wait, dude, you were just talking about that stuff in another one. So not really close to the vest anymore. Right. Okay. So Alexza, so I'm going to start off with this person here. Okay. Now I have ruled this out, but I want you to really think about this one. So there's this person, his name is Julian Powell. Julian Powell, not too long ago, tried inserting himself into the case. Julian Powell, take this guy for a very smart, manipulative person, because that's exactly what he is. Now,
that's what psychopaths are.
Right. He's on medication and all that stuff for all whatever things he got going on. But you know what? He chose to insert himself into this case. But this is Julian Powell. Now think about this, Alexza, okay? Because I want you guys to all think about this. On February 12th of 2017, one day before the murders, he's on the bridge. He does Google, what are we going to call it, Lewis, Google work.
He does the Google Maps 360, at least at that time. He was one of the first people in that apprentice program to take pictures of sites that were not on the road, where the Google cars were not able to video. And before they released the new equipment, he was actually signed up. So he was like a pre-tester, from what I could tell.
Was that his job? Is that what you mean?
Well, no.
Did it,
His job actually at that time was he owned a business in Peru where he worked on IT and computers, real close to the Klein's house.
I was going to say any
And he
connection.
also worked a night job at Subaru.
Well, so Alexa, now Lewis. So Klein did computer work on Kagan Klein's computer. Is that correct, Lewis?
I was told that he worked on their computers, and his original connection was made before that because his dad used to date the Klein's neighbor Schatz.
Yeah.
And as a kid, he grew up with Kagan. They were very familiar with themselves.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He then opened up a business in Peru in 2016 doing IT work and servicing phones and computers.
Okay. So this is somebody, Alexa, just profiling myself here. This is somebody that could easily, if, for instance, not to say he did, but this person easily has the brains behind him to manipulate computers, time, certain things, right? So he has that capability. Does it mean he's involved? No. But I want you to be very aware of something that I find very odd here is that Julian Powell inserted himself about half a year or so, maybe longer ago, into this case again. And so he was basically being manipulative is what he was being. So why he did that, he double talked himself in an interview on Sleuth Intuition's channel, and that's where I was like, dude, you're full of it. You just are freaking inserting yourself. You're a nut job basically, and I'm not even listening to you anymore because I already caught you in a lie already. It's so different when I hear Garrett Kurtz talk or Julian or Kagan Klein. You know that amongst all that talk, there's a lot of lying going on, and it's just a lot of bullshitting. We all know that people in the drug world, child porn, they're not going to sit there and be truthful people. Come on, they wouldn't be in that. So he could be looking for attention, but my thing is this. So what are the chances, Alexa, that on February 12th, the day before the murders, Mr. Google camera here is on the bridge with his camera going on? Okay, so my thought process here is this. This possibly is the preliminary checking of the cameras to make sure that everything is going to work for the next day. Okay, so this is my thought because he's inserted himself in a case. Someone has legitly blocked this out, pixelated this more, something. You can tell because I normally look at a lot of pictures, but unless someone really it just is pixelated, to me it looks like it was almost purposely somewhat pixelated. But regardless if it's not. So I'm going to take you over to this picture right here. Okay. And I'm not saying that Julian is the bridge guy either. I'm just saying, what are the chances that two girls get murdered? A guy's on the thing with a camera. There's definitely cameras involved that will become to light with Abby and Libby's murders. So I want you guys to take a look distinctly at this picture. So right here on Julian, and hold on, I'm going to go back to this one again. Okay, because you can see it a little bit better. You guys see how there's the microphone here. There's a lot of stuff going on, but you guys see how there's this microphone or whatever that little piece is. Lewis, does that look like what we would call a microphone perhaps? Yeah.
Yeah, or like a boom for a headset.
Yeah, exactly. So if I go over to this one, and I want you guys to look very closely at this, okay? Because right over here, we have the arm, like a black arm that you can see amongst the distortion. And then it goes to silver, kind of in this part here. And then it kind of carries on to a little ball. Now, let's go over here to this one, which you can see more of, because obviously this one's hidden amongst whatever stuff that's going on. And then it goes silver right here. And then it carries on over here to a little ball, or whatever you want to call it. So this is this is on the bunny's head, this piece right here. Okay. That piece specifically is right here. But I find it very odd that somebody is on the bridge, that there's multiple cameras going to be involved with Abby and Libby's murder, that Julian Powell's on the bridge on the 12th, happens to be just doing stuff, according to him, for Google. I find that very, very, very suspect myself, especially when I find that this turns into like a silver type of tone here. It has a bend. So that's just my thoughts about that part of it, because again, I've done a lot of work, and I wouldn't be putting out there this stuff out there if I didn't at least think it was very credible stuff, for sure. Because again, this is about Abby and Libby first and foremost. And this is about that I have to be proud of the quality of what I'm putting out there for content, because I'm not in this for any other reason than Abby and Libby. For when I'm talking about Delphi case, as a channel, we're growing. And that's because we want to bring more awareness to other cases and other things as well. That's not a bad thing. And that's the avenue that we will be going down. But Abby and Libby are at the core of everything that I would live, wake, and breathe, And I'm, like I said, Alexza, I mean, like I said, I know we had a conversation. I'm a very, very level-headed type thinker. I think outside of the box, but I don't really think that I do. But I get that I do, because I know that a lot of other people don't think to do stuff like I'm doing. And that's fine. It's just me. It's just who I am. When I dig into something, I will dig hard. I will be your worst nightmare if you want me to. I will. Because, right. Because I believe in just the truth of, everyone just wants the truth. None of this, BS made up stuff and blah, blah, blah. We just want to know like some truth that's going on for this case. So I'm going to show you.
Can I ask you a question? And where did you get these pictures? Like, how do you know he was there on the 13th? Did he say it? I mean, or did he post it?
Yeah,
He posted most of them. He then posted on Cura, how do I take pictures down off of Google 360 after posting them? And then he went and made several videos online in 17 and 18 where he was acting crazy, but since they were on video, it seems more of an act, going on and on about the Delphi killer and how he's going to have to pay for what he did. And then he pulled himself out of it for about 2 years, and then he jumped right back into it a year and a half ago.
So this picture, for example, like, do we know, does it have a timestamp that it was exactly on the 12th? Or
he did. It was on the 12th. It was uploaded to Google Maps 360.
Yes.
Yeah. This was a deep dive on 4chan where people actually went in and pulled up all the metadata and posted it online. And then that 4chan thread went down, but a lot of it's still archived. You just can't see the names of the people that investigated it.
Okay. I just want to make sure that he didn't,
No, absolutely. Yep. And so, so that one's confirmed as him being there on the 12th that day. And so
that's very interesting.
Let's start here. Let's start with a little bit of the crime scene, okay? Okay, so back here where I thought I cut it out more than that. Back here is where that knife that I showed you is, okay? In that area there. What I'm showing you here is this is the big plushed animal, the bunny. Whatever, I'm believing that this is one of those, the size,
like the carnival ones.
Yes, a carnival one, exactly, Alexza. Because if you compare it to the size of a mask and you think about how big of a mask is, and even it's not a big distance away from this, even though of course we're not living in that spot, so we don't know the exact distance from, say, this mask to the bunny. So if anyone that's watching right now can see this, right, this would be the bunny ear. I think it's a pretty safe bet that we can say that that's a bunny ear to go with the big plush animal. Do you understand that it looks like a bunny ear, or no, Alexza?
Yeah, put your okay. Yes.
A floppy bunny ear.
Yes, like white. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Okay. Now, again, this is just my digging in my picture. Well, this one's not my picture. This is one of the ones that came out there, but it just so happened to be one that I used recently. I don't know why. Normally usually I don't want this here in it, but it was because it was one that I used. But I just wanted people to get a grasp, first of all, of what they're looking at. Okay. So bunny, stuffed animal all here. Okay. We have the face mask. Okay. That I just showed, I had up there not too long ago. We have the face mask. We have what looks, well, here over here is a snout, and I'll show you that. But this looks like two piggies. Definitely this one to me is absolutely. Okay, so I'm just trying to give you the basis of what this crime scene pick some of the crime scene pictures look like. But this is just so you get an understanding of what I'm going to show you. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so well, so let's start. I'm going to start off with the piggy. Let's start off with piggy. Okay, you see right here, Alexa,
Yeah.
pig snout.
The snout. Uh-huh.
Can you make like not this black part, but right here?
Is
Okay.
it the nostril? Yeah, the snout.
Yeah, the snout. It's the snout that stuck out. Like I can see that this is like a little piggy, and I'm praying to God that this isn't real pigs, that they're just masks. I'm going to choose to believe that these are masks, just like this mask here. You know, I just finished having a picture up, Alexa, and I'll show it
Mhm.
again. At the crime scene is this mask here. I've always said, once I figured it out, that the
Wow.
BG was wearing a mask. And if you turn your head and just tilt it a little bit, you'd understand that this is a mask that's underneath of his chin. You can see in this picture of the BG. Okay, so if anyone keeps always wondering about, like I said, so where is this big mustache going on with the BG? It's shadowing,
The
and
shadow.
there's some stubble. But this is the BG.
Mhm.
This is literally from the video, okay, of the ISP. And that's just me bringing it into the best detail that I can. So you can see where the mask is, right? Like
Mm.
if you look at this part of a mask, because here it's hanging, right? This isn't just on his face, this is hanging. Um, so this right here is this top part is underneath his chin and sticking out. The curvature and whatever. Here it's hanging, so it's not going to hang like it sits on his face. But then you
Mhm.
go over to, like I said, here, like this isn't the best
Yeah,
picture I
because he
have,
has it right here. Yeah. He
but
pulled it down, maybe, probably.
well, the thing is that when he's walking, just think about if you're have a $4.99 cheap Halloween mask that's rubbery, and you're walking, and the thing's going in and out of your chin as you're walking, in a sense,
Uh-huh.
meaning it's rubbery, because that's why people thought it was goggles, because the picture that they capture, a lot of times, or when they're taking pictures, it looks like it's only the size of what goggles would look like. But if they truly watch the video in slow motion, they'll watch that goggle turn into a mask. And that's just my personal knowledge. And I'm just trying to share the information with whoever wants to listen, really. I don't actually care if anyone doesn't uh,
Mhm.
believe that or not, because as long as the FBI and LE and the ISP have the information that I've sent in, that I've done my due diligence, right? That's
Mhm.
really the bottom line of it, because those are the people that are going to be doing any arrests. I can only show what I'm
Mhm.
looking at.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so on the bunny, let's go back to Mr. Bunny. Okay, so I'm just trying to find which picture I want to show next. This one right here. We'll show this one. So this is me again. I don't distort the picture. I only play with color. That's my
Mhm.
only goal, is that I come out with the best thing possible that I can see, that I can try to understand what's going on. This obviously isn't the best picture possible I can achieve, but it's the best one to lay it out for you guys to understand that this is the bunny. And so if you remember the bunny, this is one of the eyes of the bunny. So,
Mhm.
okay, this is the where you would call the ear or the
Yeah.
floppy ear, even though that's on the other side. Whoops, somebody
That's right.
uh thank you, Miss Dog Lover. Tick tock, you're on it, Sonny. Yeah, tick tick, right? Tick tick. Okay, so Alexa and anyone else that's watching or interested, again, so this
Here.
is a headphone. Oh, can you hear me okay?
Mhm. Yeah, I can hear a little bit of. Hello.
Oh, yeah. You good?
Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I left you all lonely over there. Here I am by yourself. Okay, so in this picture here, so that you know that microphone that I just showed you with Julian Powell and the one that was beside it, that that is where this picture came from. But this meaning I took the same picture, but in a sense, like it's coming off of this the same. I take a lot of pictures. I'm trying to achieve the best ones. So this picture isn't necessarily that same one, but it's the same microphone that I'm showing you from on the bunny rabbit is that same one that I showed you with the gray, how it goes black or whatever, and then into silver. Okay. So again, what happens is when you're dealing with these type of pictures and you have it in certain coloring, usually anything that's black is because it's an object of something for the most part. When it comes to the crime scene, I mean, there could be some trees in there, but the objects that are usually standing out is because that's the dark area where there's black going on, where there's that color. So those ones are going to pop out in some of these pictures like this did. And that's why I'm just kind of showing you. This is a clasp. Like, think about when you have a fanny pack, even though I'm not calling this a fanny pack, but think about when you have a fanny pack and you clasp it together. That's what this is right here. But I can't tell you for sure what this is going around the neck. But over here, we have a bladed object. Okay. Now, I'll show you that picture better in a moment.
Okay.
But this is when one of the first pictures, not the first, but one of the first, where I realized that there's a camera, that this bunny rabbit not only has a headphone and microphone, but that it also has a camera. And you can see the round dot of the camera part right here starting to peek through, and you can see the roundness. Are you getting what I'm laying down?
Yeah, this one. I mean, the microphone, not so much, to be honest. But this camera, I kind of can see it.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, in conjunction with Mr. Bunny Rabbit, because I know that I have to like go, like 101 on this stuff.
Yeah.
Because it is hard. So if we look at back to Mr. Bunny Rabbit, right? You can't see it here because of this, Alexa, but the microphone is coming out right here that I was showing you. And again, this picture wasn't used for the purpose of trying to. It was just used to show you about the bunny ear, really, and placement of a few things.
Yeah.
Again, so I have to use just different pictures. So I'm gonna go to say this camera. Okay. Not to say that this is the exact one. Me and Lewis, we've been digging around all day for different things that this camera could be, and of course, what year they came out. And Lewis, if you just want to quickly talk about a couple cameras that were out.
This camera came out in 2017, so I don't know if it was possible to have this one at that time, but it's close to the date. Whereas if you were signed up with that Google 360 program, I think you had early access to these, so you could have had this maybe in November before it was publicly released, and it was a rental program through Google, whereas after 17 and 18, you had to actually buy the cameras and stuff. But the earlier version of this one actually had a little handle on the bottom, but looks real similar. But this one here can be unscrewed from that tripod, and it can be mounted onto any of the types of camera mounts that they have, like the self-leveling ones that'll be used for video, and then they've got other ones that'll mount to like your shoulder or your headset. So
yeah. Okay, so that's why it's kind of like when I show you this, right? Again, so here is part of the bunny's neck. So if you understand that bunny and that thing around its neck that I just showed you, okay. Again, here's the camera. That's right here. Now, I'm still trying to figure out this part because it looks like there's a phone there as well, but I could be wrong on that. But there's definitely things that are attached to this. But at the moment, what I can show you is the shape of the camera. I can show you that this is a bladed knife or a bladed object of some sort in front of the bunny rabbit, if this is the bunny rabbit, and this is the crime scene, right? This knife object falls somewhere over here. It looks like, okay, and this would be like the camera, right here. Oh, sorry, not right there. Actually, here I can't really tell, to be honest with you, because that's not a good picture for it. But this is in placement of in front of the bunny, as if that thing around this neck is supporting something. Who knows? This is staged. This is absolutely staged. And so then let's see here. So I have that picture up. Is that picture? Okay, so here's the bladed object to see it again, right? I'm just, you guys, this takes a lot of time and work to even get the quality of this. So please understand, and no snarky remarks about any of this work, because honestly, it takes a lot of time to get to this point to be able to show you what I'm trying to show you from the crime scene, so that you guys can understand that possibly why they've been asking about Yubo and the other things. And when we start thinking about the child porn and the biggest, largest child porn ring, and that going to Vegas, and I'm not even talking about the dark web here. Well, I mean, I guess I could be. We're talking about possibly getting paid, getting money to stream something where two girls are murdered, even though it's probably supposed to be one. But who knows? Who knows? Remember, this is speculation part. That I can see that there's a camera there. I know that there's a camera on the BG's head. And oops, let me go back out, because this one wasn't about that. This one is, again, is just to show. Like, you can see right here, even if you look closely, like this, like I can see wiring or microphone stuff going on here. I can see that there. I just don't know what that stuff is yet. So I can only show you, this
Now
part.
that camera that was available back then also had an input for charging, so it's possibly one of those portable battery packs too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You guys, absolutely. With all the work that I've done on this, trust me, there is cords everywhere. Like I can see the USB slots, crazy enough. Like on this object here, this isn't the picture for it. I can actually see like a USB slot over here. And I can see it's amazing what they've done. So for everything that's gone on with this staging to me, and the amount of money that's even gone into this, probably, I'm gonna think myself so far that there's a very strong likelihood that the staging and everything that was staged was set up for the purpose of live streaming, and that they got big bucks for doing such a thing. Who knows the true reason behind it still? I'm just putting this out there because of the fact of, why else would a bunny rabbit have microphones, and why else would there be a camera? And you can see that it's not just, you know what I mean? It's not a staging. Like, do you know what I mean? No one would go to this extent just to go, hey, let's make some cameras out there, spend all this money here and there. It doesn't make sense, especially when you have a camera. I got to show you guys this picture. I was looking up Julian Powell. Tell me that that doesn't scare you. Like, I was looking up Julian Powell's name, and tell me that that doesn't scare you, that there's another person that looks like Kagan Klein.
Yeah, I mean, the other one has chubbier cheeks, but they do look very similar. Wow.
But and that's not the Julian Powell. Just so
It's
anyone
another
that's
Julian Powell.
Yeah, that's another gentleman.
Yeah, it's crazy though when I came across that, knowing that his name was Julian Powell, but a different Julian Powell, and that he looked like Kagan Klein. That was just scary.
Poor guy.
Oh my god, I wanted
You know
to
what?
almost go ahead.
Sonny, it's funny that when you bring up what you're thinking here, it reminds me. Do either of you guys remember that story about that TV show that would come on after hours about 30 or 40 years ago, with a guy dressed up in a bunny suit that had a kid locked up in a room, and they were never able to find the person responsible for it? It's just funny because it was that type of thing, and it reminds me of what you're showing here. and how they describe everything as being something you'd solve from 20 or 30 years ago. But it was a very odd thing that this guy would broadcast after hours dressed up as a bunny,
Oh,
doing like a
yeah.
fake kid show.
Oh, I'd be interested in seeing that though. Just
Yeah,
because,
it just came to mind now, but it's one of
yeah,
those, creepy things that happen that they never could track down. But it gives me the same vibes as what you're describing now. If
yeah,
they were actually putting a camera on a stuffed animal and using that as part of what they did, it,
yeah.
it yeah, it just reminded me of that. So I didn't mean to interrupt you, but that was just something that came to mind that I
You
thought was
know,
interesting.
my thing is this again, and these are just thoughts, everyone, but I don't care. Julian Powell, you inserted yourself into the case. I'm going to say your name and I'm going to use it because I think that this is very just highly uncoincidental that he's on the bridge on the 12th and he's this guy's smart. Like I said, you give this guy a
And
computer, you guys give
yeah,
him electronics, just like if you gave Mike Kagan POI freaking something to do with building something, metal, automotives, anything like that. Like I said, people can excel at certain things. Julian Powell would be a master manipulator.
yeah,
He's smart. He's so smart that he can play people in a sense, and
Mhm.
people fall for it. I mean, and literally because he has that ability to be, what would you call that, Alexa? Would you consider someone like that to possibly be a sociopath?
I would
Um,
say, well, does he?
or
I think you said he was on medication, so
he's
yeah.
not well.
There's some other history that might help you with what you're trying to figure out now. He was in an abusive marriage where his wife abused him in the state of Indiana. It's not very often that the woman gets the paperwork to keep her from being around him. They had a protective order against him for her, and that happened several years before this. He's gone through some weird issues and trauma. He was in trouble as a kid. He was in those programs that they had around school time to get you out of trouble. They put him in the military. He came out of the military, and then he went into working as a correctional officer. Um,
Hmm.
the history behind him is very intriguing if you dive into it.
Mhm.
And I really wish somebody had actually saved the videos that he put up in 17 and 18. Because if you had watched them back then when he first put himself into the case,
Mhm.
it was very telling.
Could be maybe he has like a multiple personality. Because usually
That's,
people that have
yeah,
gotten with a lot of trauma, usually they create many personalities. Could
yeah.
be a multiple personality with yeah, with maybe like tendencies of a sociopath, probably, I would say.
Yeah, I'd lean more towards sociopath than psychopath. But yeah, that was what I thought too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're great manipulators. I mean, they wrap you
Yeah.
around, and they're amazing. How smart they are.
If you could see some of his videos, you would see his technique. And he's very, very good at being
Think
able to lead people into believing what he wants you to
I
believe.
think I remember, but I remember this was maybe like a year ago that I think he did a video. He was at a coffee shop or something, and he was like almost like having like a manic episode.
It was in his
That was
kitchen,
Yes,
and that was about
yes,
Or
three.
yeah, or
Yeah,
it was somewhere,
yes.
but yeah, I
yeah,
think
He
it
was
was him.
he was in his apartment or something, and
Okay.
he had a piece of the paper, I believe, in his hand, and
yes, yes,
he started going whatever. I can't remember what he was saying anymore,
Yeah.
but he was like
Yeah.
growling and
Yeah, like a
and
maniac,
yeah, it was
episode. Yeah.
yeah, it was
Yeah.
crazy. And so someone like that to me is very capable. But to me, like I said, I believe that there's still more cameras that I'm not seeing there. But I wanted to show you this one that's in front of you, for instance, Alexa. So let's go back to cameras again. So
Mhm.
on the BG's head, there is what I know to be a camera. And so to put this in perspective, and I wish I should have put up a BG picture actually. So over here would be kind of like the hat. So you know how a picture can kind of like you don't know the trueness of where something might be sitting,
Yeah.
but in saying that, this is on the right hand side of his head, okay, of the BG. So if you watch the BG video, on the right hand side of his head, you have what is some sort of camera freaking video thing, like GoPro thing going on. And then right here is what I call, what would you call this, Lewis? Like an angle hand thing that can kind of move something around, like move the camera around.
Yeah, they make those pivot assemblies that self-level the camera, so when you move, the camera doesn't. I think I sent you a picture of one of the ones they sell for doing that.
Oh, yeah. Well, you see, this is what it kind of looks like, you guys. If I was to kind of give a somewhat of a guesstimation, it's something similar to this contraption going on top of his
To
head.
stabilize. Okay.
Stabilize. Absolutely. A stabilizer. Trust me,
Makes
there's
sense.
a lot going on. People don't understand it. They don't get it. You would have to dive real hard like this into it to really see about the cameras going on. So let's go back to that picture again. So if you can see, Alexa, and I wasn't bringing up this picture for the reason, but if you can kind of see right here, this is the headphone slash freaking white cubey looking thing with the microphone coming out of it. If you can kind of visualize right in this area here, that there's a microphone there. Can you see it really? Okay. Now, so let's go to what I'm showing you guys though, which is in this picture, which is right here. Yet another camera that's sitting on the shoulder. And I know this because there's even, well, the picture above as well, I'll show you. So let me just, sorry, I just gotta get my point here. Okay. So I call these things cogs. A cog, you know, when you're tightening something up on a camera and it has that little handle thing. Yeah, like a cog. The black plasticky thing that's usually on. So I'm gonna call that
you
a cog.
turn.
Yeah, you know how when you're tightening up, like for instance, let's say you have a camera stand and you're tightening up the stand and it has like a cog, you know, how do you want to say it, Lewis? So I make
That's
it
not the
sound.
word I don't think that's the word I would. I
No,
don't think
it's like the set screw that goes under the bottom,
Like a
that
knob,
goes
like
into
the
the camera.
trading
It's
knob.
a knob. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
knob
like-
with a screw on it.
Sonny, could you say that like when you turn the knob
Yeah, when you turn the knob.
and you tighten it?
What?
When you tighten the head on the knob?
Yeah, when you tighten the head on the knob. Right. So whenever I tighten Adam's head on the knob. What?
Sonny, can you go back to that other picture of the stabilizer?
Sure. Absolutely. That was over here. Okay.
See right there?
Yeah. Like this.
How on the one on the right has a handle instead of that cog looking thing, but it's similar to that, is I think what you mean, correct?
You talking about this piece here or this piece here? This piece near the 360 or this piece?
Yeah. How that tightens in, but except that it's more flat and has a,
Something
like you said,
that.
a cog appearance to it. It's
Like
got the
I
little
have
knob
one
on it.
here, like this part. Like
Let me take a look at
exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I think that's what you're referring to.
well, I know that if you look at cameras, it's they almost remind me of a flower shape like this, you know, that they're bumpy. And I call it a cog because it reminds me of a cog from a game I used to play. So I call it a cog. It's probably, I know it's the wrong terminology, but I have no idea what it is for. So let me go back to that picture. So disregarding, who cares, regardless if that's the cog or what it's called or whatever this thing is, it's some sort of piece that it's attaching. So here we can see that yet another camera is going on. Now, this, Lewis, how I would go ahead.
Is like a ball cock?
Or what?
No.
What?
That's in a toilet.
Yeah, no, not that.
Excuse me, I'm using the restroom.
Sure.
Okay. So this right here, for instance, let's just kind of start at the bottom though. You guys see where it's kind of wavy, like right here? Okay, so just think of a typical spiraling cord from a telephone, an old telephone, spiral cord, whatever you want to call it, a spiral cord, a spiral black cord. Okay, that's what's right here, and it's getting plugged in to this device right here, which is the shape of, we'll call it like this, I think, Lewis, we'll say it's like, where's that one picture? Let me find it. Like this. Okay.
Yeah.
So think of something like this going on. Something like this. That's there. And that makes me wonder when I see this picture, that really makes me wonder. What are you sending me, Lewis? Sending me
A
something?
picture of the knob you're looking for. It's not as flat as what you think, but it should give you a better idea.
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah.
One second
I know
here.
what you mean. I just can't find one that looks like it.
I know, and neither can I when I want to find it, but whatever. But this reminds me of that object that's on his wrist that has a glimmer on it that I've shown before, and I didn't pull it in with these pictures today, but that's fine because this is all about the camera, the cameras that are going on. So when we go back,
That's an interesting camera there.
Absolutely. And so this right here, you guys, is like what I will call, I don't know, a black stick is behind it. Like, it's like you can see that it's square here. And, you could probably use better technical words than I can. What would you refer to this part as? Because the way I see it so far is that this is a cube that's getting its source, plugged into, in a sense. That this is like, I wanted to call it a dongle stick, but but this is the camera that's right here. How would you explain this to the best of your ability?
Are
Lewis?
you asking me?
No, I'm asking that person to your left. No, just kidding. Go ahead. I'm asking you. Yeah.
Okay. Looking at what you're showing me, it would look to me like it's mounted on one of those.
Yes.
Like it's almost like one of those scissor adjusting arms, like you've got for cameras. Where, yeah, similar to that there, but
Where it's
you can
mounted.
actually. On the top of that, they actually sell a height adjustable arm. It looks like a scissor assembly. And what it is it's two round bars that connect with one of those locking knobs like you referred to.
Yeah.
And you can change the height and it opens up like a V. So as you open the V up, it changes the height up and down. And I said, I don't see in the picture what you're referring to, but from the shot you're showing here, that looks like one of those height adjustable camera mounts.
Right. Yeah, you're right. A height adjustable camera mount.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
And again, a lot of people that do capture the pictures, like I think Kelly did. She sent me this. Kelly, she didn't send me this. Sorry, she sent me a picture, but I already knew what was there too, because anyone that truly deep dives into the pictures, even if you get a glimpse of something, you see right from the get-go, I always knew when the BG was walking that there was something popping up from behind his hat. And you can see it as he's walking. And people would think that it was a hoodie. Okay, there's no hoodie literally showing in that video whatsoever. That's to the eye. Let me put it that way. If there is, then maybe the hood's in the back or something. But there's nothing about a hoodie that I have remotely come across or remotely seen. And again, we don't know if there was this change. Like, I mean, for instance, let's take the BG walking with a mask, got all this camera shit on his head. Do you honestly think he walked into the park like that? I don't think so. I definitely don't think so. Person was already possibly there ahead of time, or changed up at some point. Because anybody would look suspicious the way BG was looking.
Right.
And I don't think I can't see the BG just strolling up there through the tiptoe through the woods there and then go, here, I got a mask, I got this going on, I got all this stuff in my jacket. This was something that the person would have already had planned or something like that. But my point,
See, I think he came in from the cemetery and followed that hunting trail to the regular trails.
I think that that's pretty much one of the things that I've always believed, that Ron Logan's property or the cemetery entrance was used. I mean, again, who knows how the Ron Logan thing truly played out? Like if someone really got him to leave the property or not. Who knows that day? It still boils down to me, who's involved, but what can I do to try to find what would make sense to this crime? And what makes sense to this crime, especially when you involve the whole Kagan Klein thing and the child porn and biggest ring, just even knowing that Judge Fouts had to resign, that pisses me off every day, that
Mhm.
guy got to resign instead of truly getting his just desserts properly. How can you preach ethics when you're sitting there in an escorts place feeling her up and
Or
and
even worse than that, grooming that other girl.
and grooming the ex-mistress and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like disgusting. Like, I know through Tierra that multiple people are dirty in the what would be deemed as high positions, or positions that, but this happens everywhere, right? This type of crap. But little do you know that that stuff is existing right around you. Like I said, I'm from Canada, and when I getting into this whole true crime and realizing, because you guys have way more millions of people than we do, but when you realize all that stuff that's literally at your doorstep, like, it doesn't matter if it's a cop that's been caught, doing something, or just your average Joe Blow,
Yeah.
type of thing. It's ridiculous when you realize what's truly that evil that is around you and your children. If anything, for any of Abby and Libby, hopefully one of the main things that people take away from this is that know what your children are doing, warn them of things like this, try to stop something like this from ever happening again to your child. Because when you realize the psychopaths and the sociopaths and the serial killers and all those predators and the child porn ones that are out there, it is so disturbing how many people use this as a way and means to, I mean, it's literally, how do you want to say it? It's like a walk in the park to come online, and you can just pretty much do whatever you want now. I mean, nowadays it's a little bit harder to get away with it all once you get busted. I like Kate Klein, right? He probably
Yeah.
didn't even realize the wrath of what he was doing originally and what the charges he could face. But so, anyways, this is a closer up version again of that camera that I'm saying is in front of the bunny rabbit. That I believe that thing around its neck is probably propelling something that's holding this up. These obviously are minis, like what we call mini cameras. So again, I'm going to show you that, right, to give you a kind of that bird's eye view of that similar. Let alone this. This is like a plugin or something, or I don't know. I can see two squares right here. I'm not really sure exactly what that thing is on sitting on top of the camera. But like I said, so to me, even right here, I know this isn't the best picture to show it, but I can see that there's this, like, think about a cell phone and how it's not that it is a cell phone, but it could be. But I can see how, if you look at the side of your cell phone, that's how this looks. It's square here, square there, metal. But up here, there's these two round looking metal. I don't even know. I don't know. I wish I knew electronics a lot better. And me and Lewis are really working hard. Like, I'm showing him pictures, and he's really helping me out because he's definitely knows more technology about things than I do. And he's really great too for giving me, like, hey, well, this phone was out here and this phone was out there. um and so going back to BG down at the bottom here, right? Camera on the head. This is a twizzle hand thing, whatever you call it again. um Camera right here on the shoulder, camera at the crime scene. And that's just one of them. I believe I've seen another one as well. How many of you guys in, or even Alexa, let's ask you first. From so far what I've showed, do you see signs that this is something that they possibly were streaming it
Yeah, I think, I mean, I hate to say it, but I think there might be a possibility. I mean, I do believe that he has some kind of equipment in his,
Yeah.
and so I do believe.
Now,
Yeah.
I don't really see on him like you do yet, but I can see from what the police have released in different statements that they had something at the scene that was set up, and
Mm.
I believe that whatever that was done here, if it was done with video, would have to have been done for somebody else, and the video would have had to be set up with instructions by somebody else. And I could see them possibly have left something at the scene and just took the equipment off of it.
You know, I feel like there's a reason that I've said anyone would want to take a picture or a photograph.
Yeah, maybe it was set up like a photo shoot.
Right.
Well,
You know,
here this goes back, and then Sonny, I don't know if you've thought about this connection at all, but you've spoken to the woman that was with Fouts,
yes.
and I'm sure that you're familiar with the other gentleman that she brought up that would have girls brought to the room so that they could take them out of state. You know, there's a whole other end to this that
Yes.
there's people that might think what you're saying is kind of crazy.
Right. It's
But
not.
if you start looking at other things that were going on within miles of there, and there was clubs involved with people that were actually doing this to take advantage of young girls and take them, it's not too far off from what you would think was happening here.
No.
No.
Anyone that can see Tiara's texting when she thinks it's Judge Fouts, but she thinks she thinks it's Ramsland, but it's really Judge Fouts that's talking to her. He's offering her. He's literally offering her, you guys, $5,000 if she can go intercept the guy that the ex-mistress is seeing because he wants her that badly.
Yes.
That he's saying to her, look, I want to buy this house and I want to build a dungeon in the downstairs of it. Okay, these are words out of her mouth. She got so scared when because she was in jail for I don't know. It was her and her ex were having an argument, and he was being very manipulative and made it seem like she said like he was attacking. Anyways, Judge Fouts bails her out Monday morning. She hears about the murders. She instantly feels like he has involvement in it somewhere. He was supposed to take like the 13th or something and 14th off to visit her or to come see her. There's messages between the ex-mistress and the ex-mistress's mother. It's just, again, you think of Ashley Garth, and all of a sudden on Ashley Garth's my case, the 13th is when Judge Fouts decides it, even though it's not really for the 16th. And you think of all of the twisted sick people, and you hear, remember, we heard that because of the ski mask incident, this is Indiana's largest child porn ring. Okay. You know that some of those sick, twisted bastards are all involved in this, ranging from your average Joe to your freaking judges in there, your lawyers, mayors, police, LE, because again, it's like, it's crazy. I bet you there are some people scared right now that Kagan Klein, any money that Kagan Klein, because he's in jail sitting there with all these counts, and they're saying that this is the biggest ring in Indiana. There's a lot of people right now shitting their pants. Don't you think, Alexza?
Yeah, I definitely think that they're gonna be scared that he's gonna be talking. Yeah,
I know you need to get going because I can tell you're so tired.
No, it's okay. What I was thinking when you were saying that, I don't know if anybody has seen that. What is it? 8mm.
Yes.
The film.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, that reminds me of this. Like, as soon as I remember reading about this case, I was like, oh, wait a minute. This reminds me. For anybody that hasn't seen it, watch it.
Have you seen the first season of True Detective on HBO?
No. I just heard that it's really good, but I haven't
There's
seen
a lot of similarities to me in the first season of that as well.
Really? I'm going to watch it.
Which Angela said as well, Sonny.
Angela. Yeah. Angela was a great guest that was on our show. She was the medium that had.
Oh, she was. Yeah, I remember. I remember listening to her. Yeah, she was
Yeah.
very good.
You know, another. I just want to make sure I have the picture, so I'm going to put this back up because there's one other thing that I truly wanted to show you guys. And if there's some questions, you know what, Alexa or Adam or Lewis, if there's
Yeah.
anything in the comments that you kind of see that you want that people have been trying to ask, and just while I'm looking for this one picture. 'Cause
Unfortunately, I can't see the comments. So if anyone
oh,
else
right.
sees comments that you want to direct towards me, just let me know.
I don't know why I don't have that picture in here. It should be. Adam or Alexa, is there anything that you guys can see, or Alexa or Adam, is there anything you guys wanted to say?
I think I saw one. Some Adam Boslog.
No, go ahead.
Is saying,
looking
or,
at chat.
yeah, that's no. He says or sexual motivated. It was a sexual motivated. Yeah, I
Okay.
think he was asking if it was a sexual motivated crime, or is it sexually motivated or motivated by revenge? Both. I think. Oh, I think this is a sexual motivated case. I believe so.
So,
But I do believe that for some reason, maybe because he was talking to, Libby was the target. The other Abby wasn't the target. It was Libby the target.
I don't think most people, there's an odd person that might think of Libby, but I think everyone feels like this was totally a target to Abby.
Mhm.
And
Libby,
whether,
no Libby, Sunny.
or sorry, to Libby. Sorry, I said it.
I do that all the time.
I'm getting tired. Yeah. But it's one of those things is that everything seems to be pointing because again, so what, you know what, Alexa, what do you think about the fact that Libby was stripped naked? She was covered with twigs, but she was naked. They left her naked, but with covered in twigs and sticks.
Well, that means remorse, that he felt some remorse because he tried covering her up. That means that he didn't want to look at her. It would be interesting. Was her face covered? Because I think it's the upper half of her body was covered, but we don't know. But I think, but even if it's the lower, I mean, it would be interesting to know if it's the bottom or but any covering that you do is usually remorse that he doesn't, and especially when they do it in the face, is that they feel some kind of remorse and they don't want to look at them. So ironically, because they just killed them, but that's what they do. A lot of them do that.
I mean, like that is very interesting actually, because if we're talking about something that was streamed or whatever, it makes me really wonder how these twigs and things were, like it does pause me for thought about that because, you know, I mean, we've heard some really disgusting details about how the bodies, what happened to the bodies and stuff like that. And I don't like to think of that part. Actually, I'm not even going to go there, to be honest with you, because it just makes me too upset to think about that. It does. Like when I'm talking about something, most times I can just block out that, even when I'm showing the pictures, because I have a goal. The goal is to bring justice for Abby and Libby. But when I start thinking about things about the implements of sharp objects or knives and stuff like that happened to those girls that day, okay, this isn't my child. This is somebody else's child.
But you feel it. I mean, what I always think is the kind of horror that they went through. Like can you imagine the fear that those two little girls felt? You know, knowing, because they probably at one point they knew. And I'm thinking, who do they kill first? Can you imagine the fear of the other girl seeing their best friend being killed and knowing that that's going to happen to you? So this case, I mean, I've seen a similar case, but this one in particular really breaks my heart.
Yeah,
I've got a question for you, since maybe you've got some insight. Have you followed the timeline from the very beginning very closely? You know, like hour to hour after they got there, and then they couldn't find them. They didn't answer the phone.
Not like specifically, but more or less, yes.
Do you think it's a little abnormal that when you've got two kids that are just not answering a phone and missing, that within an hour or two you've got an entire town searching and you're contacting the police? I
Yes.
think that 1 hour to hour and a half timeline from first call not answering to we need to put all feelers out and search just didn't seem normal. It almost made me think that maybe there was some contact that seemed odd, and maybe they knew there was an issue.
So you were feeling like maybe they were targeted before and they kind of knew that maybe something might have happened, kind of thing?
Or maybe one of the people got a weird message or text or met, something saying, have you checked on the girls yet? Or, not
Also,
really divulging what's going on, but maybe they did receive something odd.
but also could be that, obviously this is a small town.
Yeah.
And could be that also the girls have never done that before and it's out of character of them doing that. So then you really get worried. I don't think anybody, because I remember hearing the interview with I am horrible with names. Patty, Becky
Yeah,
Patty,
Patty.
grandma, right? And
Yeah.
I remember that she was like, oh, everybody's like, oh, maybe she's at the movies and thing. But I'm like, I don't think that was Libby's. I don't think she did that regularly. I don't think she was that kind
No,
of
yes,
girl that did that.
I don't think that would have been a normal thing to look for either. But
So
I just thought that within an hour and a half or so, they're calling and trying to have the phone ping for location. It just seemed like they were way more in depth of finding missing girls that are in danger as opposed to they're not where they should be. Maybe they wandered off.
Or could be maybe they, sometimes as a mom, I mean, you definitely, you have the mom instinct that you definitely know when something is wrong.
My first thought would be, that's a high bridge. Maybe they fell. My first thought wouldn't be, we need to track their phones down and search.
You're right. Yes. I was thinking.
Now, explain something to me, because I heard something about them taking a kayak or something, like when they were missing.
Supposedly, they did that later on. They went down the water with either a kayak or a canoe or something.
Patty, I believe, did.
Yes.
The grandparents. Okay.
But if I'm not mistaken, he went the opposite way. Like they went the opposite way of where the actual girls' bodies were found.
For me, what I cannot believe is I don't understand why was the search stopped. Because I mean, usually when you do searches like this, especially with two girls, I mean, you keep going through the night, and I mean,
I have a theory on that, and you would probably be best to look at that. There's some interviews early on with Tobe Lesenby. And if you watch his demeanor and the different things he comes out with, I have a gut feeling that they found out that the girls had died during the night. And their whole reason for putting things off to the next day was because they knew they couldn't search that area in the dark. And that's why they didn't continue. Law enforcement sort of said, we know there's a problem. We don't know where they are, but we need to preserve the scene. So we need to have everybody stop searching till the morning, till it's light. I almost feel that there was some communication early on between law enforcement or the family that they knew there was more of a problem than just two girls missing.
But then wouldn't they go directly to the scene?
Why would they
let's say like AM, like at 9 a.m. Get in there?
Yeah. I was just gonna say that, Alexza.
It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, all theories are very interesting and possible.
Well, there's another reason there. If they knew there was an issue and they wanted specifically to figure out, or maybe they were told the wrong area, but that's why they made everybody meet at the firehouse and get into groups and do it organized and not start earlier, because they already knew that we need to find this without searchers involved.
I see that seems very too off the beaten path, for me personally, only because, again, if that was the case, they wouldn't have had searchers. They wouldn't have had strangers, but they wouldn't have volunteers find the bodies if that was the case. I don't buy that or see that at all. It just seems a little bit for me. I get. I mean, it's a thought to put out there, but there's nothing there to me that would make sense. That would be like, yeah, we found him. Because if they did, they would instantly, not want people even contaminating the crime scene whatsoever, unless there's an involvement in there at some place.
Or
Unless they're
maybe,
trying to cover it. Yeah.
yeah, or maybe they knew there's always that whole thing where they moved later. Maybe they didn't think they were where they were found because they had been moved after they had left.
Mhm.
Or you never know what was going on. Something never felt right about how quickly they went into heavy search mode as opposed to, let's go to Abby's mom's house and check first. Before you do that, you're on the
Houses, yeah.
draw,
Could be. Or maybe, when you have somebody, I mean, didn't the dad kind of had like a little bit of a shady stuff going on, and he was like an
Yes.
informant kind of thing? So think about it. Maybe it could be because you know that when you become an informant, you're a target. You will
Yeah.
have. So maybe they're like, okay, the girls disappear, and they go ring, ring, ring. Maybe something payment back for the dad. So maybe that's why they did law enforcement so quickly.
But that was my idea. Maybe threats were made. You don't need to search for them.
Could be.
And it wasn't the outcome that they were expecting to have.
Mm-hmm. What I never understood either, and I want to, maybe you guys know where I can find it, is the drone. Because they were saying that I think the drone was flown and they didn't pick up anything. And that's very strange. Because I
know that there is a conversation out there, and if anyone does have it in chat and can send it to me at acrimingshame@gmail.com. But I know that there's a conversation out there between the drone guy and somebody that asked him a question about that day.
Oh, that would be interesting.
And I can't think of what the answer was, and I don't want to misquote it either.
Yeah, of course. No, that would be, because that's always in my head. Like, why wasn't it, I know that a lot of people are like, have those conspiracy theories that the girls were in the shed or whatever, but that just makes me think, like, why wasn't the drone? Why that didn't pick it up? Why didn't pick up the two girls? And I mean, I think it was, and also it would be interesting if you can see, because I'm sure it's public knowledge, I think, to see where was it flown. I'm sure it was flown around the area, so it had to.
Yeah, I know.
Well, see, two things about that drone. It was a person that was local. It was not law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
It was a drone that he had used, but in a small town like that, everybody knows everybody. So I'm assuming that it was, possibly used for other things other than just personal use. But it was a thermal seeking camera, and it was a public person, not law enforcement.
Not law enforcement.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there won't be any record searches publicly for them having a drone pilot come in and do that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So now I get it. So then forget it.
It was sort of like my buddy on the fire department flies a drone and uses it for hunting. So let's get him up here. That type of thing.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So then, So then there can be human error too.
Yeah, possibly.
He's not a forensic. Maybe
I would have to say whoever flew a drone down there had to be a experienced drone pilot.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, but that doesn't mean that he has experience in
using the thermal imagery. Yeah, that's a good possibility.
With bodies, like he wouldn't know. Even if passes by a body, that doesn't mean that he will be able to.
Exactly.
Okay, so that explains a lot. Why? Because I always thought it was law enforcement. I was like, how come they don't have any records?
Yeah, no, it was a private citizen that brought the drone out.
Yeah. I mean, again, we go back again to that. I mean, I don't think they were equipped to this kind of crimes, which it tells me that, I think somebody told me Delphi is about 20,000 people. I think the population is about 20,000.
Delphi is like 3,000 and something.
Really? Somebody told me it was 20. Okay.
No,
so
that's
I didn't
not
even
Delphi.
research. Oh, so then maybe it was okay. Oh, so 3,000. So that's even smaller.
Yeah,
that's
it's small.
Tiny.
But you know what really bugged me, Alexa? And who is the one that said this, Lewis or Adam? Who's the one that said that that they didn't feel like there was a need? How did they say that? When they basically said that they didn't feel like there was a need for anyone to be like concerned
to be what?
Yeah, in that comment where basically I think the news reporter someone said like, is there basically about
should everyone be worried? And he said no, everyone should feel safe.
Yeah, and it was like, what kind
I think that was just to
comment
create
was that?
Yeah, I mean, what if he'd said anything else that would have created, there was already enough pandemonium and public like fear. He had to say something like that,
Well, it just to me, that one always rubbed me the wrong way, because it's like, are you kidding me? Two girls are murdered and you're telling people, like, and maybe that would just comes with a
Well,
kind of
yeah,
talking.
I feel like they say that all the time in law enforcement, though, when
Yeah,
there's something
yeah,
happens. Oh, no, nothing else to be worried about. Nothing else to be worried about.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, two
They wouldn't
families murdered.
know.
Don't be scared. I don't know. Yeah,
Just
I
two
always just
girls were murdered in a small town. We don't know who did it,
Nothing
but
big.
don't worry about it. Go about your business.
That's
yeah.
right.
That's pretty much what it felt like.
Mhm.
Well,
And
it's funny how they have outlooks on things like that to point out how things are in different areas. There was a gentleman that lived up in Gary, Indiana, and he was arrested a few years ago. He was a serial killer. He would go into Chicago at night and strangle women and dump their bodies in abandoned buildings in Gary all the time. And nobody ever warned the public about it. It was like you never knew it was happening. But the victim list is huge. And not once did anyone ever make a public announcement that we've got a gentleman strangling women in the area. And it went on for years.
And the
wow,
women
yeah,
were what? Were they like prostitutes, homeless?
Most of them were either homeless women, drug addicts, and prostitutes.
yeah, yeah, oh yeah, right. I remember.
But
Okay,
you even to this day you don't hear this, and this was recent within the last few years that he was caught, and most people have no idea it was happening, and that's 2 hours north of Delphi.
Wow. But that's crazy.
Yeah,
That is,
yeah,
yeah. But that,
and there's so many victims that were found in Chicago that were in dumpsters and partially burned that had been strangled that he's not been linked to, but they've never found the person responsible for those, and that was going on for 15 years.
and you see, we were talking about that usually that's very out of the
Yeah,
ordinary, because usually
yeah.
killers like to stay within the. I wonder if he had any ties to Chicago, like something.
The gentleman from Gary,
Yeah.
only because it's within 20 minutes of Gary. I mean, it's real close, and the amount of women on the streets is a lot
Okay, so
lower
it was
there.
okay. So it was close. Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha. Okay.
his name was Darren Van.
Darren, what?
Van, Vann.
I'll look into
He was arrested October 18th of 2014 for murdering a 19-year-old in a motel in Hammond, and he was from Gary. But after that, they found multiple bodies in buildings that he admitted to, and
yeah.
It is crazy.
Only because I want to get wrapping this up, guys, because it's
yeah,
just because I know it's getting late for you guys over there on the East Coast and East Side, and in New York. So Alexa, in front of you here, what I'm trying to show you here is, so although this is, yes, my POI, KD, I do have, and I didn't bring it in here. Shoot. What I wanted to show you here was this. I want people to ponder this as well. Okay. Because again, you have to remember about who was holding up a pig 1 year after the girls died. And that was KD was. And we know that there's a little piglet at the crime scene. Libby was called a slaughter hog. Again, he worked at Indiana Packers. Kagan Klein worked at his stepfather's hog farm. But what I'm showing you on that picture, sorry, let me just go back to it again. Because here was, okay, now I do have the picture I wanted to show I didn't bring in. But anyways, maybe I'll do that quickly. So the BG is it. Okay, let's dismiss those Indiana Packer boots, to be honest with you. The Indiana Packer boots actually don't make sense. And the reason why they don't make sense, and this is going to be, I'm pretty sure that I have, sorry, let me take a quick boo here, because I really wanted to have that picture, but sometimes the pictures, when you're saving them, they don't always make it in. So I'm going to grab a picture of that one quickly and send it, because I think it's really important that people understand, because it looks like from the video that people think that there's this white line on these boots, and that was the same similar white line as what's on the Packer boots. And honestly, after really looking at this, that does not make sense from what I'm seeing at all. So I'm just going to send this picture to myself quickly in Messenger from my iPad. And the reason I'll say this is because, so look in front of you there. You have a BG that wears light colored pants. We have someone on the right hand. We're not even going to say is that Kitty, okay, even though it's Kitty. He has light colored jeans. Okay. A lot of people wear those, granted. But we're talking about the murder of two girls here and what the similar coincidences are. We have someone, if you truly look at this picture, has boots that are pretty much verbatim to what the BG has on. So if you actually look at those boots, like your work boot, okay, it has the puffiness at the top, goes back down, your typical work boot, okay? So not only do you have same color of jeans, the same similar style of boots, if not, I would say similar style because usually when someone likes boots and brand, they like that. They kind of stick to that. And then on top of that, you got Mr. Holy Holy. So Mr. Holy Moly over here, even though, holy moly. But okay, so take that, Alexa. Like he has holes in it all over his pants, but I find it funny, to be honest with you. If you actually look at this hole that's in this person's pants here, because there's definitely a hole in his pants.
Yeah.
I find it funny how they're a very similar look, to be honest with you. If you look at that to this. So in this one picture alone, you have same color pants. Pretty much if you look at the boots, do you see what I'm saying? Even if you look at this boot right here, you can see that it's like, to me, these boots are brown that the BG has on that day. There's no mistake in brown, I don't think, for black or green or purple or whatever. So they could be black, but everything to me, they're totally brown boots. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are on that. And then you have Mr. Holy Moly with that. Okay. Now then, Alexa, I am going to show you one picture for my own personal self here. So then I got my POI. Okay. And meet my friend Huge Mole. So one of the things that I look for, right, when I'm deep courses is face structure. I'm looking for moles. I'm looking for scars. I'm looking for anything out of that video, right? So Mr. KD has a smack big mole right there in his forehead, right? And same thing on, now this isn't even my work. This is Harvey Carroll's work on there. But even if I pulled it back, I'm going to look here, find a little mole here, find a little mole there, But this one's more pixelated because the whole point of this one was just to show the big smack or mole, look at the nose, like right now, Keegan Dunker's, for instance, like his nose when it's looking down looks just like this. But this isn't my work. I'm just here to show that.
Yeah.
So my thing is this. Someone's holding up a pig a year later, exactly on the death. I'm just talking about the BG kind of part here. Again, that part, it's really neither here nor there to me. But if people actually had a base to start from, they could probably understand the murder and Kagan Klein, his involvement in the different things in a lot better. Because Garrett Kurtz and Chris Mathis, as I've said personally, they're the only two people that have ever really discussed Delphi murders, like meaning from two people that were talked about, that actually, basically were ratting out, if you want to look at it that way. Palladino involvement, blah, 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 murder tape, Ashley Garth. So when you look at all these little coincidentals of a pig fest holding up on the 18th of, again, the cryptic note, which we didn't dive into too much here and stuff like that. And KD's on there, Palladinos are on there, And at the end of the day, I'm just here to work on my story and my thoughts, and other people that have their other thoughts, and that's fine too, right? Because the end goal is that I'm just trying to give people a pathway to understand. If they choose to, so be it. If they don't, it's fine. Because at the end of the day, we want one common goal, and that's to have justice for Abby and Libby. But it doesn't do anybody any good to literally keep trying to introduce fabricated stuff that has no facts. I've done this work from myself, the pictures and stuff like that. I'm just showing you this because this is definitely a pause for thought. I want to go quickly bring in the reason why I'm saying ignore that whole Packer boot thing is for this reason right here. Let me just bring it in quickly and open.
And Sonny, I sent you 2 pictures of the Packer boots bagged, if that helps you for a comparison.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the bridge guy. And right, remember I told you it takes a long time to get to a certain point. So this is the bridge guy's obviously right foot if you're looking at the video. I brought it in enough to know that this is a stringed boot, like a stringed work boot. You can see the eyelets here. You can see an eyelet here. You can see an eyelet, running down because I'm just giving you the best. But what stands out here about this is that it has a shiny piece right here. And there's brands like Wolverine that will have that piece at near the very bottom or a part of the boot, in a sense, not the bottom, but where the shoelaces, where the beginning of the shoelaces start at the bottom is where you'll see a brand like Wolverine have that. Now, so if I go back, I want to say here to this, well, we can't make out enough what's going on because the pant leg, which is where this white ring is coming from that people keep talking about, is really coming from the pant leg of the BG in the video. So it's kind of like when you look at it, he's wearing light jeans, right? Look exactly what's happened with these jeans at the very bottom and look exactly where those jeans are sitting. Now think about the Packers boots that we're looking at. One second here. Let me just go back to that. Okay. 1 second. And is that that image seems really strange. 1 second, Lewis. On
Sure.
there. Let me get this one. Okay. So
yeah, those are the 2 best pictures I could find.
Yeah. Well, this is where people, like I get it because they're just trying to interpret what they're trying, because there was a bomb scare 2 weeks after at the Indiana Packers. So I get it. People are trying to figure out about these boots that were taken. So you guys see how over here that people think that because there was a line in the BG's boot that looked like they're seeing this, whatever is going on here, that's what they're seeing. So
like
they're
a shadow. Yeah.
And here's the boots here in this bag. These are a big honker. Oh wait, hold on. Like I don't even know what this is, but this is the boots in this bag. Lewis?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
This is the boots in that bag right here.
Yeah, those are 2 shots from the news when they were walking out of Packers with the boots in a bag, which is kind of an odd thing to take out of Packers just because of a bomb threat.
Yeah.
And they never said why they went or anything.
Well, they said they went in there because of a bomb threat, which just happened to be the same thing that happened previously. It almost seemed to me like the police said, well, we had a bomb threat before. That's a good excuse to go in there.
Because there wasn't some guy named Phillips called it, and like they ended up charging.
There's 2 different men that were charged with calling bomb threats into Packers, and both were explained off as just not wanting to go to work. They did it to get a day off from work, but it just seemed too repetitive to the last call.
Yeah.
But nobody was charged or anything after this particular bomb threat.
No. Yes. That was whatever his name was again.
Okay,
Brian
so he was charged after, and he was the one who called this one.
Correct.
No, it was 2 different people that called in 2 different bomb threats.
No,
it was a very odd situation.
Yeah, but the bomb threat that happened 2 weeks after was one person.
Yes.
Is that what you're talking about? Right. But yet there was
Yeah.
another bomb threat years before that.
Yeah.
Right?
It almost seemed like the second one was just a decoy, and it was.
That's what it felt like to me.
You
Yeah.
think?
What do you say, Adam?
I said, oh, so do you think it was a decoy?
It just seemed weird because they had no explanation other than what happened, and it almost was identical to the one that was called in years earlier. And why would you take boots out when you have a bomb threat? It just seemed very odd.
They made an arrest for that, though, correct?
They did.
Yeah, but who knows if that was just, for the media. I mean,
Well, I mean, I would think
if the bomb threat had a bomb in the boots, and that's why they took boots out, they wouldn't be in a plastic bag while a guy carried them out with a glove on.
Well, we don't know if those boots were returned later.
It was just a very odd situation. It's like, did they use that as an excuse, or?
Well, I mean, there was a court case and everything and a conviction. So, I mean, the Innocence Mission would have had a field day with that if it was just for the media, because someone was charged.
There's something that always sits weird with me about that whole thing happening, considering there's the bomb tick tick. Yeah, there was just I don't know what it is, Adam, but there's just something that has always sat not right with me about that whole bomb thing. If they were trying to distract from the case, I don't know if they were just doing it because someone's just wanting attention. I don't know. But there's something that always sat weird with me because of the bomb and because of the bomb on the cryptic note going tick tick,
right?
Type of thing. I don't know if it's just coincidence or whatever on that one.
And also even Doug Carter, doesn't he say that tick tick?
Yeah. Or and also Alexza, you might know this, but I mean, aren't there also like ample evidence or examples of when something traumatic and a big crime happens, you see other things, other weirder crimes start to happen in the area. It's almost like people not copycat, but it's like when there's a school shooting, then all of a sudden there'll be bomb threats and school threats again, all over the area, even though they have nothing to do with it. So it could have been someone just
could be, and they just took
that adrenaline from it all, and
and maybe they took the boots. They had some residue of powder of something,
right?
Although that bag doesn't look very, but it could be.
They took more. They took more things from the Logan Maxwell house than anywhere, and that seems to have had no connections thus far.
This one was after.
So who knows?
I think with this case, anything that happens is everybody's Delphi Day. You know what I mean?
I know. Yeah.
Because we've had almost 6 years to decipher it all and
I know.
And circle the drain.
Oh, absolutely. Now, okay, so let's do final thoughts, guys. So we can did he drop?
So can I ask you a question before we go?
Yeah, no.
So
absolutely.
What about what do you guys think? What about the river search? Do you guys think that it has to do any connection with Kagan and the Delphi?
Absolutely.
100%.
Yeah.
100,000.
I don't think it's related to both. It's either related to one or the other. But I do have to say the amount of time and money they've spent on this is way above and beyond anything over just a regular child porn case.
Yeah.
And it's way above any training exercise that clearly ISP has never put that much time in anything training wise.
No.
I mean they've now taken the search to land and they're going through drainage ditches. I mean
no.
Right. And you want to talk about timing coincidence. Keegan was taken out of Miami County custody, brought to ISP, and almost immediately they started searching in a grid pattern in a very specific area off of a specific bridge 2 miles from the Klein's house.
His house. So now, what do you guys? So why do you guys think? Do you guys think it was probably clothing? Well, clothing, a weapon, or USB?
Well, one thing that I've picked up on from what I've watched, and I've actually driven down there a few different days, I've not seen them use anything with a magnet once.
They had water.
Yeah, but nothing magnetic. And that would make me think maybe it has something to do with media because magnets would erase something or damage them. But I would think if they were looking for a metallic weapon and they had no luck with metal detectors, they would use magnets to do a sweep.
Yeah,
And
like
I've
a
not
deep,
seen that at all.
what is it called? A deep magnet fishing? I
Yes,
believe?
exactly. Yeah.
Right. I'd be interested to know, and how many times since 2017 has the Wabash River experienced flooding? Because we know with the weather patterns, the way they've been the last couple of years, there's been a lot of flooding over the years.
I think I read somebody in Reddit. They did a wonderful post and they put everything about. I think it flooded 3 times.
Okay.
Since
So, I mean,
2017.
which that alone could be the reason they're now searching on land, because the area they're searching on the land could have at one point been underwater during one of the floods.
Possible.
Yeah, I mean they can
If
calculate.
if you want to know what I've heard privately, it's that they're looking for a phone and a gun.
I honestly,
I have nothing to back that up.
Yeah. I could see them looking for a phone or some sort of a, media device because of the non-magnet. One thing that's surprising is they've not done any, or at least I've not seen it, where they've done any sonar searches where they've got the boats where they drag the sonar on the top of the water. I've not seen that once.
Well, they lowered the. I mean, the water isn't deep enough. They've lowered it. I mean, they lowered the water levels to the point where.
Yeah.
And that's very expensive. You can imagine how many millions you're spending on that.
Apparently,
But that's what I'm saying. Once they got past the 2-week mark, the amount of money and the amount of people there is through the roof. This is a very high dollar search. It has to be something major.
Well,
And
at the end of the day, Doug Carter, like was said earlier, and we know this, they said that that at some point they're going to need to hire like 60 to 80 people or something like that for this case.
Right.
So that in itself said a lot to me. And he said, like, just to go back over like some of the information, because even if they find something, I'm sure that everything needs to get put neatly. And I'm sorry, but what does a printed knife mean? Someone keeps saying, Adam keeps saying that in the chat. What if it was a printed knife? What does a printed knife mean, you guys?
You can make things out of with those 3D printers in either different plastic materials. I mean, they 3D print gun pieces, so that way it's non-magnetic and it can't be detected. And
I don't think that existed. It did, but I think it was in 2017 that wasn't very.
It was, because before 17 I actually had a plastic 3D handheld printer that I got from my daughter, and you could actually print stuff with that. But the technology was there. It just was not.
But those were expensive because back then were like $8,000.
Yeah, they were expensive if you had a plotter. Yeah.
And I don't know.
I will interject something with what you said there, Sonny, with them making that comment about hiring all these people. I really thought that they figured out who it was when they leased that new building, because my thought was, and this comes from when I studied law earlier on, the reason for getting that building was because they were at a point now where they needed to put all the evidence together and plot out the case and get a defense together for when they prosecute.
Right. Do you still think that?
I still think that they've known who it was from early on, and that's why they were very quiet with it.
Right.
From what I mentioned the other day, because of the Farmer case, they knew early on, and they were meticulous about keeping their information quiet on that.
And what do you mean early on? What's early on?
We have a whole different picture of a BG. So what do you mean by early on?
Yeah, my thought early on is when they released the second sketch. I think at that point they knew what was going on, and at that point it was a done deal in their eyes.
I agree. I think the second sketch, they probably knew who it was. They're just trying to break the alibi. I think I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm going to say no. That's my gut feeling. I'm going to say that no, they didn't. That's my gut feeling. Yeah.
I agree with Sonny. I had a point before I had to refresh my stream, and I can't remember what it was now. But
because go ahead. Were you talking about the water, the search, Adam? Was it anything to do with that? No,
it was. I just
because we were talking about the water levels and guns and 3D printer, 3D,
and whether we know that they knew that law enforcement on the second, when they released the second sketch.
Yeah. So to backtrack really quickly, when you earlier we were talking about the helicopter thing with Doug Carter. We know that one thing Doug Carter did when he was in Peru was he stopped and he was given an 1.5-hour PowerPoint presentation. We don't know what the subject matter was,
Right.
but what else would he been given that presentation on? In this case, he then flew over. There is the flight pattern data of him hovering over certain sites.
Really?
And then almost immediately afterwards, Kagan was taken into ISP custody, temporarily, returned to Miami County. I feel like the investigation had gotten to a point where they were working on a deal with Kagan Klein. Kagan Klein was giving information. They didn't have any verification of it. They needed Doug Carter to come in. He was going to do something else in South Bend anyway. He stopped. He got this presentation. He gave the go-ahead because it would require Doug Carter or someone in that level, the governor, someone in that level, to let them spend this kind of money.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And I feel like they then used Kagan Klein's information and are now looking into it before they grant whatever negotiations have been made, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I've got a question for you then, because do you think since you've spoken to his mother, do you think he has anything in relation to the friend that was arrested in Vegas giving up information?
Like I told you, I was told that he did not. I know that ISB has not gone to Vegas again.
Okay.
There's nothing sealed or unsealed in any of the documents regarding his case. And he, as of right now, as of right now, I don't see any connection with it. I've looked and looked, but I don't know. I think if anything, I think that this probably came from Kagan.
I think so too, because that was the same time when his case got pushed back. So I think he probably made a deal. The only thing with Kagan is like, how do you believe a pathological liar? I mean,
exactly.
God, I just hope that he's not like saying something and then be like, oh no, so because I mean that's his tendencies.
Which is why I'm sure they're exerting this energy before they actually grant him any sort of accommodations or deals.
I'm sure. If not, I hope they beat him up or something. I mean,
that's my point too. I can't see the state authorizing the amount of money sent on this search off of just a possible statement from him without having hard proof there's something there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he confessed something or he knew something that maybe nobody knew, and they
he would have had to give up some information that wasn't known in order for them to spend money on this if it has to do with Delphi.
Right.
To trust him, because
like
I don't think
my
they
dad
trust
and I
him.
threw a knife or a gun and phone off of the bridge as we drove by.
Yeah.
And then say, the knife was like this, similar, that was the knife that was used on
the knife, or if the knife was at the crime scene, though. I've said what I was told speculatively was gun and phone.
Well, it's always been suggested that there was a gun used, brandished, and there was a bladed weapon used for the actual act.
Which I think they have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at the Ron Logan, I'm sorry.
Based on what I just showed you, even.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've always said it. I mean, if you look at the original Ron Logan search warrant, they didn't say knife; they were looking for guns only.
Yes.
So that you think they have the knife?
Yeah, I believe that they have that knife that I've shown you here.
Yeah, if they were, why wouldn't? Because when they went to Ron Logan's house to do the search the first time for the house, why specify a gun and not knife? They were more. Now the next time they did say any weapon or any device or clothing or everything else, but the first time they were specific and they only said firearm.
Yes. Yeah, that was a very specific statement, and they were so thorough. I don't think they would have overlooked listing a bladed weapon.
And there were rumors of them going to different pawn shops and different knife shops and things like that in the area, asking about certain types of blades.
Yeah.
Not necessarily asking who had purchased them, not necessarily looking to see if people had tried to get rid of them.
Yeah.
To me, it's speculative, of course, but to me that gives every indication that they have the murder weapon.
Right.
Because that would make it easier on the DNA, hopefully.
Say that again, Alexa.
No, I said that wouldn't maybe make it easier with DNA, if they have it.
Unless he was wearing gloves.
It still
Or
sticks
used
in my
cleaner.
head from that interview with Tobe when he says that, I mean, he brings up the fact that DNA would come from a possible fingerprint. And that was not the way the question was asked when he responded that way.
See,
I've always
to
thought
me,
that was an odd statement.
the only thing I have problems with this is like, this killer, I mean, he seems so smart. I mean, even cleaning, I mean, I don't know. Most killers don't go through all that.
Yeah, really. Freckle. Sorry. You see that thing? Sorry. My bad, Alexa. My ADHD there got ahead of me.
Sure.
Freckle Joy said when people tipped in, they were asked if the person had a unique knife collection. Is that true?
Yeah, you knew that, Sonny.
Well, yeah, but I never was thinking about it, because if you guys look at that knife collection and I show you it here, right?
Who had the knife collection?
Well, we don't know.
That was one of the things that when people were tipped in, they were asking if the people that were
if the people knew if they had a gun collection.
Which is why they were going around to the knife stores and things like that and asking, has anyone purchased weapons that look like this? And most of them are a curved blade. But
right? Because this thing has a design to it. Like this knife or whatever bladed object, this has some sort of, design on it. And at first I thought it was a word. I'm going, is that a word on there? And I'm like, no, this is some sort of designed like this. This is what I'm thinking too, because you know what? These aren't the only two knives that are there. You're going to come to find out that there's more knives on the ground. Again, as part of the crime scene staging part of trying to set up to make it look a certain way, and they did whatever. Right? I can tell where there's more knives on the ground. So it really, honestly, Adam, I would have forgotten all about that being said, because as I was looking at the different pictures, I myself am going, like, did this person have a knife collection or something? Because there's some different knives here.
Well, I mean, we know just from looking at people in the area, a lot of them, like, no offense to any rural Indiana, but a lot of them like their knives and their guns.
Yeah, because that's what they do. Most of them do hunting.
No,
right.
That's not an arrowhead. Yeah. I see nothing to do with arrowhead, but I wish.
And
for
anyone else with Kagan Klein, there is a there is a picture on, I think it's Twitter, or was it, where he's holding a gun. He's holding a handgun.
Yeah.
And there were no guns recovered from the Klein household, as far as we know, in the search warrant.
Yeah. Now, so I mean, I don't know. If I was thinking that they were, I just figured that if it was a gun or a phone, it just seems like those would have been found a lot faster than if it was a small thumb drive.
6 years, Sonny.
Yeah.
I know.
And the Wabash River can move very rapidly and fast. And if there's over 3 times in that 6 years there's been flooding like that Indiana has incurred, that could be anywhere. Yeah. Look at baby Amaya. They can't find that little girl anywhere, and she's a human being.
Oh yeah.
And she's only been missing since 2019. Assumed to be in water somewhere, probably.
Yeah.
Or dumpster, but.
And even though they probably, they mapped it and they probably did math equations to see, if it flooded 3 times, let's say, with the speed of the water. Right. I'm sure they did all that, and they kind of.
And you saw the mapping when they did from the bridge, and they did, and they did all of that. But
I think it's going to be difficult to find it. Let's hope they find it, because sometimes I don't know. Hopefully nobody took it, or hopefully the current didn't take it the other way. Hopefully they find whatever they're looking for. Because I think
because I'm always devil's advocate to myself, and my only thing is, if your backyard is the Wabash River, why would you throw it off of a bridge and not just out into the river in your backyard?
I think it's because of fear that you don't want to do it close to you.
Yeah, but
you live
downriver.
I know. But when you do something bad, like instead of throwing it in the garbage in my house, I'll throw it in the garbage across the street. You know what I mean?
Right.
Exactly.
Detachment. You need that physical detachment. That
I
is.
agree. Yeah, no, I understand
And,
that.
and
No,
that
it's
is-
not. You know where you are. You're very, and it's good because you're very skeptical and you always question everything, but in a rational way. And you are the type of person that you don't believe everything. You don't believe everything, even if they show you. You need to see it for yourself, and you need it. And
Well, even if I think it,
yeah,
I don't. I have to prove it to myself.
I remember me and Adam were talking about this one day too, because like I've done the work for these pictures. Adam hasn't, you haven't, whatever. So I know the detailed and the work that I put into these. So that gives me my own power of knowledge. But to somebody else like yourself, like they said, just even me showing the mole on Holy Moly's head there, right? I've done that work to put that all together to understand it. But I know just from logical sense that every person's not going to understand that.
Right.
No one's
and it's not a matter of intelligence. Sometimes it's just a matter of what we've chosen
perception.
to focus on.
Everybody has a different perception. Not pareidolia though.
And I respect Sunny, like I respect Sunny's research work. But she knows that I'm not one that is going to sit there with pixelated pictures and try to make sense of things.
Oh no.
Because it's not it's not
hard because you can't tell, if it's I admire her for that, but I couldn't.
Absolutely.
I admire her for that, but I don't think I could either.
And I don't have that UI, so I always have just focused on the crime and not as a killer.
Yeah, no.
You have to have an extraordinary amount of patience to do this, because like I said, that picture that you're seeing in front of you, that just didn't come off of one shot or whatever. In a sense, meaning it takes many hours. But you know what? The crime scene to me tells the story. The bridge guy tells the story, regardless who people think is the bridge guy. It's what the bridge guy has on, and all I needed to know that there was a camera on the bridge guy. And when I see a bunny, okay, what purpose is the bunny there for? But now as I keep exploring the pictures, because I'll step away from it for months, and then I'll get. But one of my favorite things to do is exploring the understanding of this crime scene, because I always feel in my heart, you guys give me your files over there at your freaking Aspen, whatever, and tell me what's at the crime scene exactly. So because I just feel like this case has been bungled and whatever so long, and I get it. What?
Sonny, I would think you would agree with this. I mean, I think that's one of the things that make working together like such a really good team is that we focus on different things while we don't contradict each other. Like we have different strengths. I would never contradict Sunny's work, and I respect it, and I appreciate it, and I admire it. And we talk about it sometimes. Like just yesterday, I was asking her something about an eyebrow ring, and and as soon as she said kind of what she thought regarding the work she'd done, I thanked her. But where my strength may be in a different aspect of the case.
Yeah, because I know what he was alluding to, but at no point did I ever see an eye ring. Just like at no point have I seen an arrowhead. Not so that an arrowhead couldn't be there, but at no point have I seen that. And I'm not going to betray that there is something there. But the eyebrow ring, I've never seen that in any picture. Just like I've never seen a hoodie, so I can at least for myself conclusively say, look, he might have a hoodie on, and that hood might be in the back, but there's no hoodie visible, because I've done that work to look at every aspect of a jacket, to every part of the BG, to understand that there's no hoodie visible to the eye that you can see.
Which is nice, because I can then just go to Sunny and be like, hey, you've done this research. What do you think about this? Whereas then, there's other things that Sunny will text me and be like, hey, you've done hours and hours and hours of research about this. Remind me of this or fill me in on this. And we do that for each other, and Deb the same.
I think that's why the show works. And I think, I think it's, it's you're being recognized by a lot of people, you guys. I mean, not just Sunny. I mean, everybody is, as a team, you guys are being recognized by a lot of people, and that is good, because it's your show. You're doing something right.
Thank you.
By people talking about you. And
we have different strengths, and I think we complement each other. I hope.
And also, I think your heart, I think the three of you are, you do have, you have that aspect too, because not only, the criminal and doing all that stuff, I think you guys are good people, and you can see and you can tell. And, that's something that goes beyond a screen. You can feel it,
Well,
So
thank you.
sometimes I remember, and I was telling Sunny, I remember before I came to her. So, and that's how I came to her, because I think I passed by you guys once, and I went to another channel, and somebody told the lady who did the channel said to me, "Oh, don't even go near her. Don't even go to me." And to me, every time somebody says don't do something, I'm like, I have to
You want to do it more.
So it made me want
What's
to.
your sign, Alexa?
Capricorn.
Mm-hmm.
But somebody told me, and I was telling Sunny that somebody told me that my ascending sign is Cancer.
Cancer.
So I don't know.
Becky Patty's a Cancer. And I have a twin sister's Cancer. Adam's a Cancer. What sign are you over there, Louis?
I'm a Capricorn.
Oh wow,
you're Capricorn. See this? We attract certain personalities.
Yeah.
Right. I think Abby is a Cancer as well.
My kids, my twins are Cancer.
They're so right.
Kids.
So
which is funny, because one of them he's like, please tell her. He's like, I want to be on the show. And I'm like, because my husband, when I came home, I told him, I have something to do, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, oh yeah. He goes, about the girls, right? Abby and Libby. He goes, I can go. Tell her that I can be a guest. I know, because I tell him, I never hide anything from my kids. I always tell them what happens. Obviously, age appropriate. So I told them about this case because I wanted to set it as an example, so it doesn't happen again. So they know everything about it, and especially that one, the older by a minute. And then he's like, but tell her to invite me. I know about the case. And I'm like, sure. I'm like, next time I'll tell her.
I know for myself, it helps a lot that I have respect for Sunny and Deb as well. So that I think goes a long way.
Yeah. Of course.
I was going to say, because I have no need to prove to other people. People either know, when you listen to somebody and you watch someone and you hear them talk, in a sense, if you want to deem that person as crazy or normal or sane, that's really up to you. I am so secure in who I am as a person. That really stuff that bounces off of me. I know where my heart lies, where my everything, when it comes to me as a person. No one can ever steal that from me, because I'm very proud of who I am as a person, and I'm proud of what we're doing and accomplishing. I'm proud of Louis. Thank you so much for coming into my life. Alexa as well. Adam, Deb, myself, the people that are in chat that understand that, that we truly care. People that want to take away from that, again, that's a them problem, not a me problem. I do want to thank this person, last name first, for becoming a member. Please email me at acrimingshame@gmail.com with your Facebook name and username if you want to join our private group. What, Adam? What? And then
I love that. I like their picture.
Yeah, I know. I like their picture too. Actually, I caught my eye. Color squirrel. I'm going to apologize to this person that sent me an email right now. I'm sorry that I'm not going to read this email. I feel like it's so far fetched off of the truth. That I'm not going to read it. It's no offense to you, but I can't feel good about reading this email. And unless you guys want me to, I can read it. I don't know.
Read it. Now we're curious. Read it.
Okay, fine. Okay, you're lucky. You're lucky person that sent me this. Okay, it says quick email.
Batshit crazy?
What?
Is it batshit crazy?
No, well, it's very short, but I'll read it anyway. Okay, because
I've got the ones that are batshit crazy.
Okay.
Oh Lord.
Okay. It says, quick email. Please go watch Apophis, whatever is what Apophis.
Oh, I think I know who this is from.
Right. I think KD is Kim Dunlap. She is a journalist reporter from Pharaoh's Tribune, and she was out there at Monon High Bridge taking pics, and wrote an article for Pharaoh's Tribune around the same time as the murders. So this is where it gets batshit crazy to me. I think this was a crime production, meaning that the girls were fabricated somehow. Their narrative and timeline possibly may have. Please look into this. That is one absolute road I will never go down myself. Yeah. So this is what I'm talking about, critical thinking here. People can choose to believe what they want to believe. to think that these murders were fabricated and
That's like
that
saying the Sandy Hook bodies were fake.
Yeah. Jesus.
So
And that's disgusting.
yeah,
That
so
came up the other day too in the chat.
you know, yeah, and it did. But the thing is that that's such an absurdity to me personally, and I honestly, when I see stuff like that, I don't even give it the time of day. Even though I appreciate the fact that if that's your path and what you want to think, absolutely okay. No one can venture you off that if that's what you're thinking. But for us here, we just try to keep it as real and close to the truth as possible, and not try to add things like, like we will never say here on this channel that the family was involved in this murder or shame blame them on anything for them to do with the actual murders. We do not believe that any family member had anything to do with these murders. There's a difference between if maybe it was a revenge motivated thing against a family member, perhaps, okay? Perhaps.
But they're still not responsible.
But they're not responsible in any way, shape, or form. I think that's
That
been
makes
pretty
them more
clear.
victims than anything.
Yeah.
And
We're
I
not
get,
here. We're here
I
for
get
the
looking
truth.
outside of the box. I'm sorry, Sonny.
No, you go ahead, Adam, because that's so true.
I get looking outside of the box. And I understand when you're in a case like this, with nothing else, and when there's no other answers coming to light, it is fine to look outside of the box. I also understand that when there's a murder, most investigations start with the people closest to the victims. That would mean the families.
The family.
Okay, well, we're 6 years almost into this. The families have been scrutinized beyond belief. And for anyone to say that, first of all, that those girls were fabricated, I'm pretty sure there are countless people that hearts are broken and families that have been destroyed by the deaths of those two very, very, very real girls and what happened to them, and an entire town that has been devastated by their reality being changed
That's
forever. Crazy. And so to me, there's a difference between looking outside of the box and being an insult to the memories of children.
It's so off the beaten path of like this. That's the stuff that what's his name,
Alex Jones. It's the Sandy Hook bodies were fake thing.
I apologize. I honestly thought it was going to be something juicy, like a juicy theory that something off the hook that the killer was this person. That that was going to happen. That's what I thought.
And I'm sorry, I don't mean to be disrespectful of the person that is going down that path. I get that your motive is to want to solve the case as well. I feel like you have to use critical thinking and logic.
Yeah.
And I mean,
logic.
Come on.
Logic would never. Let me put it this way: the logic of that is a 0.01% versus the facts that are out there that it did happen. It's no different than someone saying about the 3 frames that were put together and blah 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 blah. It's just absurd.
I hope that you can look at that, change your point of view, realize that isn't the path you should be going down, and mark it off, and then go in a different direction. I'm not trying to discourage you from the case or be mean.
How can you solve a case that you didn't even think that it happened in the first place?
I've just seen those families be devastated, and those girls are real.
Yeah, those girls
I do
are
have
real.
to say that. I'm sorry. When I look into some of these different avenues, I find some very off the wall connections which really shouldn't exist. But they seem goofy. But then again, it's not been publicly solved yet, so you can't disregard them. But you can't ignore the fact that they existed. That's just not accurate.
Just like BG existed. Whether the video's been edited and altered, that's one thing. But that man was on the bridge. That day.
Yeah.
It was not a deep fake. You try to prosecute that.
I sent Sunny a really deep dive connection earlier today. I don't know if she ever looked at that one, but
probably, I don't think so. I don't know which one you're talking about.
I sent you 2 screenshots a little while ago that connect one of the people that's been investigating this with both Evansdale and Delphi. And one of the two pictures he put up, the last name on the tombstone of his relative is the same as one of the victims in Evansdale. And
What
it
year
almost
was
made me
Evansdale?
it almost made me wonder, because he was a podcaster before both murders happened. If you had some wacky psycho killer out there that said, "Oh, I don't like this guy doing a story that was too close to home," and then he went to his hometown, did one murder, and then went to his own town and did the other murder. That was just a goofy theory, but it's kind of odd that the guy connected has family in both towns, and was he maybe a victim of circumstance?
Right.
Just
I was
weird
gonna say,
stuff
Thank
out
goodness
there.
Godmother.
Yeah,
I didn't realize how late it was. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
yeah,
I know.
it's almost.
I know, Alexa. I've been appreciating your longevity on this. To be honest with you, but so you know what? Thank you, Miss Dog Lover. Thank you guys for anyone that's been helping to support the channel. Of course, we appreciate it. We do appreciate the fact that you guys out there are appreciating the lives and the work that gets put into it, the guests, all the different things that make you want to support and stuff like that. We appreciate that. But we really do support as well the fact that if people, let's gloss people. Hey, Alexa, you got your gloss ready? You got your glass? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
If you guys could make sure that you do, it would be great if you guys could share this. That would be amazing.
Please. Yeah.
And hit a like to this. That would be really great.
Lewis, thank you very much, Lewis, because I appreciate it again. And Alexa, I've been waiting for months to talk to you, so I'm so excited it finally worked out. I know you and I, we were emailing early in this before you even left on your trip.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So I'm glad this finally worked out, and I hope you'll come on again, both of you.
Yes,
please. No. It's honestly, it's a pleasure. I really thank you, everybody, and Debbie and Adam.
You're prettier than Blaine.
Yeah,
I'm kidding. Well, and Steve.
I was gonna say, Alexa, because I really want to go into that letter, the cryptic note thing, and whatever else you want to talk about. It's not going to be a 4-hour live like this one was, unless you want it to be. But because I mean, knowing the people that are on this panel, we can go freaking hours and have no problem with it. But at the end of the day, typically, I mean, I was just appreciating your longevity.
No, it's okay. I mean, I knew this was going to happen, so I told my husband. I said, the kids and everything, so it was okay.
Hey, I let you opt out a couple times over there, but you know what? I was like, if she's willing to stay and talk still, then
and you know what it is? It's one of those things that it's like talking with friends. So, like I told you at the beginning, I was a little nervous. I told you, I'm like, I have taught and everything, and in my head, I'm like, this is just like teaching, my students, But I warmed up, and thank you so much. It was also a pleasure meeting you, Lewis.
Thank you. Same here. And I really look forward to hearing your outlook on the note also.
Yeah. Like I said, the note, it won't be so much about the note. It was just the personality of who wrote it.
The personality. That's all exactly. And I fully well know that. And again, Alexa, for me, I just want to give you much love. And I knew that once you came in too, it's just like talking with friends. That's how we want it to feel. We want it to feel like it's like this little comfy home that we can all come in and talk and you say our different thoughts. And obviously on a bigger stream, when there's lots of us on, it's really hard to get to all the questions and answers that are going on, and hopefully some people will answer it as it moves along. But I want to say we appreciate you. Thank you so much for giving us your
knowledge. Can I ask you for a big favor?
Nope. No, you can't.
Nope. Gotta go. Sorry, we're busy.
Yeah.
And she knows it's coming. Can I have my wrench back? I can never post any links.
Maybe when you come back next time you're
right. Be like, because every time I want to post a link, I'm like, I can't.
Sonny,
Alexa, make sure
Sonny, we can hold that leverage until she comes back.
Yeah, I know. No, I promise.
Just type in the chat for me so I can see you. And
there it is.
Okay. There we go. Okay. I didn't know, because it just gets too confusing when it decides to drop. I also want to thank StreamYard very much for.
Yeah, today he was good.
Other than Kimmy, he kept taking out Kimmy's comments for some reason, but
did it?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Kimmy. Really? Oh, are you sure it was the bot that was doing that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. It was StreamYards. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Kimmy's obviously being very naughty. Yeah. Give me a list of your phrases, Kimmy, so I can insert them. No. Anyways, let's just do final thoughts, you guys. Alexa, let's start with you. What if is there anything else that you wanted to say? Um, anything at all? Anything at all with the case, with where you think it's going? Do you think that there's going to be whatever you want to say?
I think we're heading a good direction. I have a feeling that I think we're getting close to getting some closure, or at least some answers. I think this case will get solved. I think
Same.
definitely will get solved. So I think it's just a matter of, hanging in there. And I think sometimes we get annoyed that we think that, law enforcement is not doing anything. But believe me, they are. And they are doing their jobs. It's not as easy as people seem. And we do all this. Also, you have to think, we get frustrated, but they don't have the time. You put hours, hours and hours. Sometimes they don't have those hours to do, and they don't have the resources to do it. So, but I do believe it's going to get solved. So
Right.
just hanging there.
Okay. Lewis?
I think that it's close, but I think it's much bigger than people think. And I think that's why it's taking so long. I think it's a very complicated behind the scenes motive for what happened. And because of that, that's why they've not come forward yet or gone further to the next step. I think there's just way too many pieces of the puzzle that they're trying to connect behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Adam, what about you?
I just wanted to thank, both of our guests that came on this evening. I think I've given enough of my opinions about this case. I don't think I'm going to add anything else right now, but I appreciate both of your input and thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I hope that everyone will tune in Sunday night when Sunny and Deb are live with Jacob from Chaos Divers. I'm sure you'll be getting some previews about it and everything. But anyone that's not familiar with them, they should be affiliated with Adventures with Purpose, if I'm not mistaken. And you should check out their YouTube page.
Yeah. Enjoy your concert. Enjoy Elton John on Sunday.
Yeah, I'm going to enjoy his concert. Alexa is going to enjoy some sleep. Whatchamacallit's going to be off in a couple hours from work. And my final thoughts were, I agree with Alexa. I see closure coming to this case. I do. And I think that they are working really hard, contrary to what I think there's been a lot of mistakes. And like Doug Carter has said a couple of times, though, please just give us some time. Just give us some time. And the reason for that was because, of mistakes, but of the complicated mess that this case truly is. And the fact that it probably does intertwine of two things that intertwine into one, that especially when you're looking at the biggest child porn ring of Indiana, just imagine that. So that's why I think altogether, when they put this crime scene together, they need 60 to 80 people. They built that building. I think that it's just a matter of time. However long that time is, I don't know, but I think it's a very solvable case, and it's just a matter of if they have the absolute the evidence to bring this case to justice that it deserves, because you have to have that at the end of the day. It doesn't matter. You can think you know who did it and blah, blah, blah. But if you don't have the evidence to back it up, then you got nothing. Right. So I want to say thank you. So again, please hit subscribe. And if you could share this video, that would be amazing. Thank you to Alexa, Lewis, Adam, and Deb. Of course, it's not here. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys. Have a good night. Everybody stay safe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're just going to do our intro out of here, guys. And you guys take care. Thanks so much. Okay. So where do we go?